Chapter 736. Female Literature, Eerie State. Wang Baichuan's unique skill, Eerie State. When Su Yan fought with him, he had suffered a lot. However, Wang Baichuan was not in his complete state at that time. Therefore, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan ended up in a tie. This time, Su Yan saw Wang Baichuan again. At this time, the pressure that Wang Baichuan gave him was no longer as great as before. However, that was because Su Yan had grown too quickly during this period of time. His strength had reached an extremely powerful level. However, this did not mean that Wang Baichuan's improvement was small. On the contrary, in terms of realm, Wang Baichuan was not inferior to him at all. The aura on his body was so thick that it was integrated and extremely powerful. At this time, this devil sect's venerable frowned directly. He was a one-origin venerable. Although he was only a one-origin venerable, it was more than enough to deal with a traitor like Feng Yueshan. In fact, it was an extremely simple matter. Killing a person was extremely easy for him. However, at this time, he realized that the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. Feng Yueshan hadn't been killed by him. Instead, he had fallen into a trap. However, he did not care about such a siege. After all, his opponents were only a few powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. Moreover, they were not the top powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. However, this made him very unhappy because his opponents were only a few unrated fellows. For a powerful venerable like him, these guys were indeed unrated. Therefore, he was now filled with anger. His power suddenly erupted and a strong aura swept around him. It was like a giant hand that could tear everything apart. In just an instant, everything was completely shattered by him. 4 young people, Su Yan, Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. The 4 of them stood in 4 different rooms, surrounding him. At this time, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that the young people nowadays are so confident. What, you think you can kill me with your strength? He felt that the thoughts of these young people were somewhat laughable. No, it should be said that they were naive. Their strength was indeed not bad, but how could they compare to him? The difference was too great. No one answered him. At this time, Wang Baichuan directly attacked. The cold state was the battle state. At this moment, he only had an unimaginable battle heart. He was the first to make a move. His sword directly rushed into the sky. That incomparably powerful force kept whistling at this moment. In the end, it simply turned into a flying bird. That powerful force charged straight towards the venerable Yen Song. At this moment, Feng Yuhai attacked again. The sword light was like a tsunami. Meng Yang immediately roared, "Eat my blade." Su Yan naturally would not show any mercy at this moment. He immediately displayed the deity vanquishing sword. The 4 people attacked at the same time. The powerful force seemed to directly cut the surrounding area into 4 pieces. Previously, the 4 people had already attacked once. However, this time, their strength was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Even as a venerable, Yen Song had to admit that he felt threatened at this moment. He had to admit that these young people that he looked down on had given him a huge amount of pressure. However, he still did not think of dodging such an attack. This was because if he dodged such an attack at this moment, it would be a huge humiliation to him. A venerable actually did not dare to directly face the attack of some Dragon Realm cultivators. It was such a funny thing. Therefore, at this moment, he directly condensed his strength. He wanted to directly tear apart these young people's strength. He wanted to let these young people know how laughable their courage was. In front of him, this self-righteous courage would only bring them death. In front of him, a flower of death directly condensed. The extremely beautiful flower of death quietly bloomed. The moment the flower bloomed, a thick aura of death spread out. This kind of power had actually swept everything away in an instant. At this moment, the attack of the 4 young experts was directly devoured. Such a powerful and terrifying power. As expected of a powerful venerable. At this moment he was like a king. His gaze casually fell on the crowd. Although he did not speak, the ridicule was very obvious. However, in reality at this moment he was definitely not as casual as he looked on the surface. Although his flower of death had directly devoured the strength of the 4 young experts. However, the strength of the 4 young experts could not be underestimated. These 4 young people were the strongest in the dragon realm. Yin Zhongshan's judgment of Su Yan was that he was invincible in the dragon realm. In other words, Su Yan's strength was completely comparable to an ordinary 9 dragons realm cultivator. As for Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, and Meng Yang, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Moreover, each of them had a holy weapon in their hands. With their powerful strength and top-notch weapons, their strength had naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. Although the strength of the 4 young experts was indeed neutralized. In the end, Yen Song's flower of death directly disintegrated. His hands were also trembling slightly. Yen Song's fake trembling naturally did not escape the eyes of the 4 young experts. Even when facing a venerable, they were not afraid at all. At this moment, Meng Yang directly said, "Tisk, Tiesin, I can't believe I met someone like this. If it hurts, just say it. Anyway, even if you don't say it, I will laugh at you." Meng Yang's group was always his strongest weapon. As long as he mocked, even a venerable would not be able to take it. Obviously, the venerable in front of him was the victim. His anger directly rose to the extreme. His gaze was so cold. At this moment, he directly locked his killing intent on Meng Yang. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was on the verge of breaking down. Hey, you old man, why are you looking at me like that? I, your master Meng Yang, am a normal man. Give up, I won't fall for you. You despicable guy, you'd better give up this kind of idea as soon as possible. Meng Yang's thoughts had always been different from everyone else's. As soon as he said that, everyone felt that they were about to break down. How could he be so outrageous? To think that he could even say such words. Not to mention the venerable who was being targeted by him, even Su Yan and the others could not take it anymore. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Meng Yang. After all, they heard that idiocy was contagious. Only Meng Yang himself did not notice at this time. He looked at the old man and shouted again, Hey, you weird old man, what are you trying to do? Be careful, your master Meng Yang will kill you. You damn, despicable old man. I'll definitely kill you. In Yen Song's eyes, Meng Yang's anger had become a naked provocation. However, he could not understand how there could be such a shameless person in this world. At this time, he had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang no matter what. This was because he was causing trouble for the human world. This was the first time he felt that he was killing for justice. All of a sudden, this venerable one became righteous and awe-inspiring, as if his entire temperament had been elevated. This made Su Yan and the others look at each other. At this time, Meng Yang spoke again, Damn, you old man, your mind is really unhealthy. At this time, even your expression has changed. I must purify you. I must make you understand that your evil is absolutely wrong. At this moment, Meng Yang's temperament suddenly changed. His entire being became fierce. This kind of unstoppable aura was, without a doubt, the strongest and sharpest blade in the world. Although he and Yen Song, the devil sect's elder, were enemies at this time, why were both of their faces so righteous? What was going on? The changes in these two people almost liberated Wang Baichuan from his cold and gloomy state. Damn it, do it? Wang Baichuan forced himself to take a breath and raised his fighting spirit again. At this time, he was not in the right state of mind. Therefore, at this time, he directly attacked, and his powerful strength exploded to the extreme. At this moment, 7 dragon shadows vaguely appeared on his body. The 7 dragons realm. Wang Baichuan's cultivation speed was also terrifying. At this time, he had already reached this realm. In terms of realm, even Su Yan was still a little inferior to him. However, this was very normal. After all, when Su Yan first met Wang Baichuan was already at the 4 dragons realm. At that time, he was only at the single dragon realm. At this time, Feng Yuhai also made his move. Feng Yuhai. The C in his name was not randomly obtained. It was faintly rumored that Feng Yuhai was the incarnation of the Son of the Sea. He used the sea as a sword and entered the path of the sword. For so many years, he seemed to have been suppressed by Wang Baichuan. However, in reality, no one knew how terrifying his true strength was. Wang Baichuan was extremely afraid of Feng Yuhai. This person's strength was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every time Wang Baichuan exchanged blows with Feng Yuhai, he could always feel that Feng Yuhai didn't seem to be using his full strength. Although this was a very strange feeling, Wang Baichuan was certain that it was absolutely true. At this time, when he made his move, endless waves were immediately set off. The violent sea seemed to have really turned into the sword in his hand. Such power was simply shocking. Su Yan was still the deity vanquishing sword. Chapter 737. Female Literature. The master of the four powerhouses had arrived once again, but this time, Yen Song was different from before. He did not choose to directly defeat the attacks of the four people. Instead, he locked his target on Meng Yang. Now, his goal was very clear, and that was to kill Meng Yang. This time, Meng Yang once again let everyone see his extremely powerful ridicule. To make a venerable master attack him so crazily, he could be considered powerful. F***ck, you old pervert, you actually want to make a move on me? Damn it, do you think I will submit so easily? You think too much, now I will let you know my power. At this moment, the sacred sword in Meng Yang's hand, Ambush, was directly surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. Although Meng Yang was a very funny person, one had to admit that he was also an extremely talented powerhouse. Although he was still not comparable to Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai, he was only slightly inferior. And these people were already powerful existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the older generation's powerhouses. At this moment, he directly used all of his strength, which was definitely extremely powerful. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder appeared around his sacred sword. Then, he directly circulated his qi and roared, "Su Yan, help! There is a pervert who is plotting against me." When his aura reached its peak, this clown actually directly fled to the back. He really fled. This made Su Yan's eyebrows jump. He had never seen such a shameless person, and he had never seen such an unreliable guy. Just what was going on in this person's head? Meng Yang's sudden action shocked everyone once again. This guy. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. What happened to fighting with me? Why did he just run away like that? Did he still have any shame? At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable anger. However, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai seemed to have some immunity to Meng Yang's behavior. After all, Meng Yang had already shown his shameless nature during the incident on Divine Demon Island. It did not seem to be a big deal for him to appear again at this time. Of course, the angriest person at this time was Yen Song. He attacked with a face full of anger and even ignored the attacks of the other three people because he wanted to kill Meng Yang directly. However, this guy who was still awe-inspiring righteousness just now actually turned around and fled at the most critical moment. Where was his dignity? Weren't these young powerhouses most concerned about their dignity? But now, where did his dignity go? He actually ran away so straightforwardly. This kind of guy really deserved to die. For the glory of the Venerable One, for the justice of this world. Well, although justice didn't have much to do with him, his killing intent towards Meng Yang didn't decrease in the slightest. At this moment, the sword lights of Su Yan and the others directly turned into a triangular shape and surrounded him. When these three sword lights gathered together, they were almost invincible. Even the Venerable God Might Venerable felt apprehensive at this moment. However, he had already made up his mind. His target was Meng Yang. The flower of death bloomed once again. Silently, that extremely terrifying power appeared again and was about to devour the three sword lights. His plan was very simple. Although Meng Yang was not bad, he was still the weakest among the four people. Compared to the other three people, killing Meng Yang was the easiest. As long as Meng Yang was killed, he could then attack them one by one. He could then divide and kill these young powerhouses. His goal was not wrong at all. How could a person like him lose his sense of propriety because of anger? Killing Meng Yang first was one of his plans. However, Meng Yang was indeed despicable, so for him, this was just something he could do in passing. However, it was a pity that accidents were bound to happen. In the end, he had overestimated the power of his flower of death. In other words, he had underestimated the strength of Su Yan and the others. The power of the three swordlights had far exceeded his expectations. After the first attack, they had already witnessed the power of the flower of death. How could they not be prepared for the second attack? If they did not even have this bit of power, it would be impossible for them to become the top powerhouses of the younger generation. At this moment, Su Yan directly roared and suddenly his power burst out again. This time, it was an even more oppressive power. It was also the deity vanquishing sword, but the power that emerged this time was more than 3 times stronger than before. Previously, Su Yan did not display his full strength at all. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. The sudden increase in the power of the 3 people directly surprised Yan Song. Almost without any pause, his flower of death was directly torn apart just like that. Because of a miscalculation, his flower of death was torn apart, which also left a flaw in his body. The existence of this flaw gave Su Yan and the others an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Yang stopped running and only shouted, "You damned old pervert, why are you so stupid? Come on, if you have the guts, come and kill Lord Meng Yang." Meng Yang's provocative words were always able to pierce into his opponent's body at the most critical moment like a needle. Yan Song was originally a sacred weapon. At this moment, he was even more flustered and furious. However, at this moment, he also knew that he could not pay attention to this guy anymore. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. He immediately turned around and slapped out. A black palm print suddenly slapped out. This palm print appeared in the sky and directly collided with the sword chi of Su Yan and the others. The power of this palm print was not weak, but it did not block the power of Su Yan and the others as he had expected. On the contrary, it made the power of Su Yan and the others become even stronger. Under such power, his body began to tremble. This kind of power made him feel somewhat at a loss. How is this possible? The strength of those 3 brats is actually so strong. At this moment, he finally realized that he had underestimated the strength of these powerhouses of the younger generation. That surging aura was like an endless beacon fire that was constantly attacking. The sword chi was already very powerful, and at this moment, the 3 sword chis with completely different natures were even more terrifying. Even he couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he was only slightly unable to withstand it. In the end, he was still able to block this attack. As long as he blocked this attack, he would not give the other party any more chances. However, at this moment, he immediately realized that someone had already arrived behind him. "You old pervert, eat my bludgeon." Naturally, only the great god, Meng Yang, could do such a thing at this time. At this moment, he actually appeared directly at this moment. Meng Yang's attack had already reached a certain level. As long as he made a move, it would definitely be silent. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to directly attack this venerable one. However, at this moment, Yan Song was in danger. At this moment, even if he noticed it, he would not be able to react in time. Therefore, at this moment, his attack was successful again. This attack made Meng Yang feel especially proud. He had hit a venerable one with a huge stick. Even his master probably did not have this kind of experience many times. This was something to be proud of. However, the venerable one's head was really hard. Under such circumstances, the other party was still safe and sound. Was his head made of living things? At this moment, Meng Yang actually fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yan Song suddenly roared. He was actually injured by these lowly fellows. Under the endless anger, his spiritual chi once again went berserk. The violent powers suddenly blew everything away. Meng Yang and the others were all sent flying. When a venerable one was angry, he was actually so terrifying. Good. This is really interesting. You guys are really courting death. Yan Song began to adjust his aura. After all, the explosive state could not be maintained forever. He needed time to directly kill these detestable people. Su Yan smiled coldly and then said, "Courting death is indeed courting death, but I'll let you die." He directly activated his demonic dragon transformation, and the two pairs of wings on his back kept trembling. On his body, dragon scales began to slowly crawl up. The dragon scale armor and the invincible golden body made his defense reach an extremely terrifying level. It was very difficult for an ordinary dragon realm expert to hurt him. At this moment, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan directly looked at each other. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although Su Yan was very strong in the past, and was even on par with Wang Baichuan, it was different at that time. Wang Baichuan was at the juncture of breaking through, so he could not fight with all his strength. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that Su Yan's power had completely surpassed his. To put it bluntly, if he and Su Yan were to fight again, the person who would lose would definitely be him. Whether it was Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai, their strength had increased very quickly. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, they were worthy of being called geniuses. However, the reason why they were able to do so was because they began to cultivate hard from a young age. With the help of their sects and families, as well as their own talents, they were able to achieve today's achievements. However, Su Yan was different. He used to be in the Five Counties continent. In that barren place, the Fengyuan realm could be considered a powerhouse. Chapter 738. Female Literature. Furthermore, when they first met, Su Yan had only just transformed into a dragon. Within the same period of time, Wang Baichuan had advanced by 2 realms, and so had Feng Yuhai. However, Su Yan had advanced by a full 5 realms, and at that moment, he had already reached the 6th dragon level. In comparison, they were nothing compared to Su Yan. More importantly, Su Yan was younger than them. This guy who had such terrifying strength at such a young age was truly a terrifying existence. Now, they began to admire the foresight of the Shui family's ancestor. Back then, the Shui family's ancestor directly pulled Su Yan into the Shui family. At that time, many people in the sect felt that the Shui family's ancestor's decision was too rash. After all, the price he paid back then was indeed high. However, at that moment, they realized that compared to Su Yan, those things were nothing. Su Yan's strength was simply unimaginable to them. He was a complete monster. As long as Su Yan was given enough time, he would definitely stand at the peak of this world. In ancient times, there were 7 Dao venerables in this world, so Su Yan might be able to reach that height too. My 3 brothers, in order to restrain this old man head-on, think of a way to kill him. Today, we're going to kill a venerable one. Su Yan said directly. At that moment, Su Yan was actually going to restrain Yen Song head-on. One had to know that restrain head-on was only 2 words, but it was indeed extremely difficult. This was because during the battle, Su Yan could easily die. After all, his opponent was a venerable one. Since he chose to restrain him head-on, it meant that Su Yan would definitely be under the greatest pressure. If something went wrong, he would directly die. However, since Su Yan brought this up, he must have a certain level of confidence. However, whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were not absolutely confident that they could withstand the fury of a venerable one at that moment. It was precisely because of this that they became even more solemn. Meng Yang nodded and said, "Ayaya, Su Yan, you're just so willful. However, since you insist, I'll fulfill your wish. You should know that I originally wanted to have a big fight with this despicable and wretched guy." Su Yan directly ignored Meng Yang's words. One had to be prepared to be angered to death if one spoke to this guy. At that moment, Su Yan could be said to be fully armed. Of course, the reason why he was able to recover so quickly was because of the origin recovery pill that was given to him by Feng Yuhai. At that moment, Su Yan directly charged. Facing Su Yan's charge, Yen Song's eyes were filled with boundless rage. He was to be ignored. Such a blatant disregard was blatant. Although he was venerable once, it was still within a tolerable range of. Now, he actually dared to directly bear his anger. Was this not a form of contempt? Anger had already begun to burn fiercely in his heart. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered with light. At that moment, he no longer had much of a psychological burden to fight with a venerable one. Because this was not the first time he fought with a venerable one. Although the venerable one's strength was still enough to make him feel despair. However, at that moment, he surprisingly did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. His gaze was so profound and melodious. At that moment, his power began to spread. His power continued to push forward. Finally, he directly arrived in front of Yen Song. Their gazes met. At that moment, Su Yen seemed to be very calm. At that moment, no one doubted Su Yen. It was as if since he had said that he would stop the Venerable One, he would definitely be able to do it. Powerful Venerable One, let's begin. Su Yen was so polite when he said this, but this sentence itself was the most intense offense to the Venerable One. Even if it was because of this sentence, Su Yen should go to hell. Yen Song did not answer. Because he knew that at that moment, no matter what he said, it was meaningless. The only thing he could do was to let the other party's blood wash away the shame. Anyone who dared to insult him should pay the price of death. At that moment, his eyes flickered with light. His aura was constantly increasing. Around his body, shadows of death appeared one after another. In the end, the shadows of death condensed into a flower. The flower of death had reappeared. Moreover, the flower of death this time was much more exquisite than before. They all understood that the flower of death was the embodiment of endless power. The clearer the pattern of the flower, the more beautiful the pattern of the flower, the stronger his power. Although the flower of death was very large, the pattern of the flower was not exquisite. His power could not be compared to the flower of death in front of him. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The arrival of this aura made everyone feel uneasy. It was as if their souls would be directly crushed if this continued. Of course, at that moment, the person facing this power was Su Yen. If one was not personally involved, one would not be able to feel the pressure at that moment. At that moment, his entire body was trembling. Because the power at that moment was too terrifying. On the surface of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint floating light appeared. It was a circle of dim floating light. The color of the light was exactly the same as the flower of death. That was the power of the flower of death. Although it was not close, the flower of death had already begun to affect Su Yan. The dense power of death had already begun to invade Su Yan's body. This was a difficult challenge, far exceeding Su Yan's previous expectations. However, Su Yan did not retreat, because he knew that he could withstand such power at that moment. A golden light appeared on the surface of the dragon scale. After this power appeared, it directly blocked the power of death outside the dragon scale. At the same time, the light of flames began to appear on the surface of Su Yan's body. The light of the flames began to evolve into the powerful black power. Let's kill! Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took the lead to attack. At that moment, Feng Yuhai and the other two did not stop at all. Although they were not personally involved, they could feel the terrifying pressure Su Yan was enduring at that moment. He was using his own comfort to exchange for an opportunity to attack. Under such circumstances, they could not disappoint Su Yan no matter what. At that moment, Wang Baichuan finally did not hold back and directly displayed his most powerful sword move, Ominous Cold Sword, traversing the world. It was the Ominous Cold Sword. When Feng Yuhai saw this move, he was slightly stunned. Then he said, "Ominous Cold Sword, is this your Ominous Cold Sword? It's really amazing. I had already sensed that you were condensing an extremely terrifying sword move a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be this move." That was the legendary sword move of the Wang family. The ominous state could be said to be the inherited talent of the Wang family. However, the number of people who could activate this move was few and far between. This state had not appeared for a full 3 generations. In this generation, Wang Baichuan directly comprehended it and directly displayed his domineering power. Everyone knew that the ominous state was very powerful, but only Wang Baichuan himself knew that this was far from the most powerful state of the ominous state. The truly powerful one was the Ominous Cold Sword. This was also what he had been pursuing. However, It was extremely difficult to cultivate the ominous cold sword. He spent countless thoughts and finally managed to control it. However, he did not know how long it would take to completely master it. The appearance of the ominous cold sword made Feng Yuhai excited. His eyes were also filled with a burning fighting spirit. If there was one person in this world who was his archenemy, that person would definitely be Wang Baichuan. The two of them were about the same age, and at the same time, they displayed extremely astonishing talent. They had been competing with each other since they were very young. Among the three major families of the Taihang sword faction, there were very few talents in this generation of the Shui family. Other than Shui Xinyue, there were almost no powerful people. Therefore, he and Wang Baichuan were a pair of peerless geniuses. At this moment, when he saw that Wang Baichuan had reached such a level, he naturally felt his blood boiling. At this moment, he also began to raise his sword. He was the reincarnation of the Son of the Sea. In the sea, his power would become even more terrifying. As his sword rose, a violent light began to fluctuate. A huge shadow began to descend. It was a wave that directly soared into the sky. Endless waves began to roll and then engulf. The terrifying vortex seemed to want to devour everything. Will of the great vortex, sea god's heaven-swallowing sword. Another sword soared into the sky. The two-sword chi of the great forest cold sword and the sea god's heaven-swallowing sword directly soared into the sky and then directly trapped Yen Song in the middle. The power of Yen Song's flower of death was directly restrained by Su Yen. At this moment, of course, if he had just stopped, Su Yen would have immediately launched an attack and then formed an encirclement. Su Yan's power was enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the power of Su Yen and the others. He deeply understood the power of these young people. If he was as careless as before, he would not be able to leave alive today, let alone complete the task. Meng Yang looked at them, who were shining brightly, and directly said, "Damn, you guys are simply freaks. Should I be lazy and not do anything?" At this moment, Meng Yang's fatigue was acting up again. His talent was actually very strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such a level. If he had really put his life on the line to cultivate, his cultivation would have been even stronger. However, this guy was simply too lazy. As a result, although his cultivation had increased rapidly, he could not be compared with people like Su Yen. Of course, this was Meng Yang's attitude towards life. He never thought that there was anything wrong with this. Chapter 739. Female Literature. Forget it, I'd better make my move. After all, it's not good to slack off so blatantly. If it weren't for the fact that the holy sword in his hand, which he named Staggering Stick, was constantly humming, he would definitely slack off. Staggering Stick was probably the most tragic holy sword in history. He fell into the hands of someone who was good at using the sword and was given such a humiliating name. Divine swords already possessed extremely powerful intelligence. For example, the evil sword Cold Jade and the god-slaying divine sword were extremely terrifying existences with layers of scheming. Even Dao masters had died in their hands. Although holy swords couldn't be compared to divine swords, they also had their own spirituality. At this moment, he felt the sword chi soaring to the sky. Naturally, he couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to fight directly. Meng Yang directly activated the spiritual chi in his body and then said angrily, "I really don't know what to do with you. Are you the master or am I the master? But since you want to fight, then let's go teach this old pervert a lesson." Meng Yang also directly rushed to the sky. He directly roared, "Old pervert, I'm here to teach you a lesson in your dreams." Logically speaking, Meng Yang's words were definitely much more powerful than his sword chi. At this moment, Yen Song was already in great danger. However, at this moment, Meng Yang's roar almost made him angry and directly distracted. In the end, he managed to stabilize his state of mind. At this moment, he was already in a very sorry state. Su Yen took advantage of this opportunity and finally had a chance to catch his breath. "Quick, kill him!" Su Yan's three hearts were already working at full strength. The power of the flower of death was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was definitely not a simple matter to withstand it. At this moment, The dragon wings on his back had been directly stained by the death flower and turned into a pitch-black color. Su Yan understood that this was a sign that the power of the fire dragon's tooth that he obtained from Xianxia of the Blazing Flame sect was being consumed. His wings were supposed to be black in the first place. It was only because of the power of fire brought by the fire dragon tooth that his demonic dragon wings turned into fire dragon wings. Although the fire dragon's tooth contained a huge amount of flame energy, it was still water without a source. At this time, the flame energy was finally completely exhausted. Hurry up and make a move. That brat Su Yan won't be able to hold on for much longer, they roared. A Mori cold sword and Neptune's heaven-swallowing sword were already close to him. At this time, Yen Song was already covered in cold sweat. At this time, his aura fluctuated, and his strength was constantly increasing. However, he knew that he was about to reach his limit. The strength of these guys was beyond his estimation. That guy called Su Yan was actually able to withstand his attack head-on, and the attacks of the others were enough to threaten him. He knew that if this continued he would really die here. Now, a strange balance had been formed between the two sides. The only thing that mattered was durability. However, he was still confident that victory was within his grasp, because he knew very well that he was an overlord and his opponent was not. At this time, the core of the four people's battle strategy was Su Yan. It was only because Su Yan was restraining their forces that they could attack so unscrupulously. However, what if Su Yan could not hold on? Then it would be time for them to die. Therefore, as long as Su Yan died, everything would be fine. He naturally noticed Su Yan's situation and deeply understood that Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would win after all. Of course, a person like him would not only consider this. There were many factors that affected the outcome of a battle, the most important of which was the support of teammates. Now, the entire battlefield was trembling. The overlords of the Devil sect, the powerhouses of the Fiery Flame sect, and the Taihang sword faction were constantly fighting. At this time, if they decided a winner or a loser, or even if the battle slightly affected them, then the outcome of the battle would instantly change. This was an external factor that could not be resisted. However, no matter what, he still had a higher chance of winning. However, he did not notice that although Su Yan was becoming more and more exhausted, at this time, a deep blood-red color burst out from his eyes. It was a red color that was like hell. At this time, the three hearts in Su Yan's body began to beat at the same time. His blood began to beat, and the power of the blood began to fill his entire body. The power of the three hearts brought balance to him, but at the same time, it also brought him more power. Just like now, although the three hearts were working at full strength, he still felt a great pressure at this time. This pressure had reached his limit, or even his critical point. In order to be able to deal with this crisis, the three hearts exploded with even more power at the same time. This power was the power that Su Yan could not withstand at this time, and it was also known as the power of negativity. This power caused Su Yan's blood to boil. Since he could no longer control his blood at this time, then he would be controlled by his blood next. This was the so-called power of negativity. Generally speaking, this state was not easy to appear. After all, when one's bloodline power was out of control, only those who suddenly became powerful would be in such a state. And Su Yan was like that. The blood in his body was already very powerful, and at this time, it became even more powerful because of the pressure. The violent power became even more brilliant at this time. At this moment, his aura began to change directly. In the beginning, the change in aura was not obvious. Therefore, even a powerful venerable like Yen Song did not notice it. This was because at this time, he was under extremely great pressure. The two sword chis and Meng Yang's frenzied blade made him feel a great sense of danger. At this time, his attention could not be compared to usual. It was only when his own power suddenly stopped moving forward and even started to retreat that he realized that the situation was not good. According to his analysis, Su Yan should be crushed bit by bit. However, at this time, the reality was completely different from what he expected. Su Yan was not crushed bit by bit. Instead, he started to counterattack. Moreover, this kind of rebound was still increasing. His power was constantly increasing. Moreover, this kind of increase was getting faster and faster. His heart had become even heavier. If it was a normal situation, it would not be a big deal to encounter such a situation. However, if it was an adversity or even a matter of life and death, then this kind of pressure would be infinitely magnified. Moreover, Su Yan's aura was so terrifying at this time, in fact, it was terrifying. At this time, he could not understand why Su Yan's power suddenly increased at this time. At this moment, Su Yan directly exploded. He suddenly let out a hysterical roar, and this roar was even more terrifying than that of ordinary wild beasts. His figure directly flew to the top of the sky. At this time, the extremely terrifying flower of death was directly torn apart by him. At this moment, his aura increased again. Not to mention Yensong, even the other three were affected by the shockwaves from Su Yan's powerful strength. At this moment, they were all shocked. How is this possible? Is this really Su Yan? At this time, Su Yan's powerful aura made him extremely terrifying. At this time, he was completely a real venerable one. No, even a venerable one seemed to be slightly weaker than him. That was because his terrifying aura was really too terrifying. Yensong himself was a venerable one, but his power seemed to be slightly weaker than Su Yan. This was not the strength of power, but an essential difference. At this time, Su Yan was simply an extremely terrifying beast. Such power was definitely unfamiliar to them. Su Yan's own power was not like this. His sword qi was powerful, but it was definitely not like this. It seemed to have no vitality and wanted to destroy everything. However, at this time, Su Yan and the others felt that way. At this moment, they had really started to fear. At this moment, Su Yan was simply the most terrifying demon. Even a fool like Meng Yang could not say anything else. This was because he had been shocked by Su Yan's aura. Although it had not reached the point where his whole body was trembling, it had to be said that at this moment, Su Yan made him feel extremely frightened and even in awe. From Su Yan's body, an extremely powerful aura was being released. At this time, Yensong directly took Su Yan's attack. The aura on Su Yan's body was extremely strong, but the strange thing was that the momentum of this attack was not vast. If one had to describe it, it would be that it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Yes, this word could not be more appropriate. At this moment, Su Yan raised his head and smiled. However, this smile was no longer warm. Instead, it became extremely mournful and terrifying. At this moment, Yensong, a dignified powerhouse of the devil sect, was finally afraid. This was because at this moment he felt the threat of death from Su Yan's body. That terrifying aura directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yan had already changed in his eyes. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a demon. If he was not a demon, why would he be so terrifying? He was clearly in the dragon realm, but he made a supremacy like him feel fear. If he was not a demon, why would his aura be so terrifying? In the next moment, the attack landed on his body like a dragonfly skimming the water. At this moment, Yensong's entire face began to stiffen. It was as if a sharp piece of steel had directly shattered glass. His body trembled violently, and invisible internal injuries began to spread all over his body. Chapter 740. Female Literature, One Punch. Previously they had attacked so hard, but they did not hurt him at all. Now, just one punch had turned the venerable one into such a state. He could clearly feel that the meridians in his body seemed to be constantly cracking. He was clearly aware of one thing, and that was that he would die. If this continued, he would definitely die. That guy had suddenly turned into a devil. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and happened to see an extremely strange scene. At this moment, patterns began to slowly appear on Su Yan's face. It was a pattern that looked like a spider web. However, Yensong was more willing to call him Ghost Face. Such a terrifying scene filled his heart with fear. He had experienced countless things to be able to reach his current state. How could ordinary things make this old man who had experienced countless things have such a mentality? However, the scene in front of him was too strange, and even terrifying. He could clearly see the changes on Su Yan's face. The patterns gradually accumulated, and in the end, they directly covered Su Yan's entire face. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Su Yan's body had finally reached its peak. He felt that Su Yan's aura had come alive at this moment. Every aura was like a venomous snake, spreading toward his body bit by bit as if it was going to devour him directly. At this moment, he was truly terrified. He did not want to die. He still had a long way to go, and he still wanted to achieve the peak of his life. If he died like this, he would not be able to accept it for the rest of his life. However, at this moment, the rhythm of things was no longer within his control. Su Yan's power had firmly imprisoned him. He was shocked to find that it was so difficult for him to break free from the restraint of Su Yan's power. At this moment, Su Yan's ghost face had completely appeared. This ghost face was extremely terrifying. On the forehead of the ghost face, there was a bit of golden light surging. It was filled with endless sacred intent. However, on the other parts of the ghost face, there was dense demonic qi. He couldn't imagine how a person could produce so much power, but he understood very well that this power was truly terrifying. Under the influence of this power, his spirit qi was actually disappearing bit by bit. That was the power that Su Yan had devoured. At this moment, a light vortex appeared on the surface of Su Yan and his body. It was a golden and black light vortex. The light vortex became more and more chaotic, and in the end, it formed a chaotic color. In the end, the light vortex seemed to directly divide the two worlds. Su Yan. At this time, Meng Yang was very worried about Su Yan. He directly wanted to rush over. After all, although his words were always unreliable, he truly regarded Su Yan as his friend. At this time, Su Yan was really too strange. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Yan, so at this time, he immediately wanted to go over. However, Feng Yuhai pulled him back. Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn as he said directly, "Didn't you notice? At this time, Su Yan is very dangerous." At this moment, Meng Yang was stunned. Of course, he noticed, but that was Su Yan, his friend. Therefore, he could not ignore it. He said directly, "I know that Su Yan is not in a good state right now, but it's precisely because of this that I want to go and take a look. I want to know what exactly happened to him at this time." Meng Yang was an impulsive person after all. At this time, he really wanted to know if Su Yan was safe. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. However, his opponent was a venerable one. Although he looked down on a venerable one with jealousy, in reality, he knew how terrifying a venerable one was. However, as soon as his body got close to the terrifying whirlwind, an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Meng Yang was actually directly repelled by this force. The power of the light tornado was actually so great. At this moment, Wang Baichuan walked forward. He quietly and directly withdrew from the cold state. As his economy improved, he was able to control cold state more and more as he pleased. This was a sign that his power had become more powerful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry about Su Yan. This light tornado is his own power. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have done this. Besides, it seems like we can't help at all at this time." His last sentence was somewhat bitter and helpless. Not long ago, Su Yan was still not his match. Back when he fought with the Taihang sword faction, he had held back. Now, Su Yan's strength had increased to such a level that even if Feng Yuhai wanted to help, he would be powerless. He's really a monster. But then again, if he wasn't a monster, how could he be so powerful that he could force a venerable to such a state? At this moment, Feng Yuhai had a feeling that Su Yan could kill this venerable in front of him. This was really a terrifying thing. A person in the dragon realm could directly kill a venerable. Feng Yuhai couldn't imagine such a thing. Back then, although he had a glorious record of defeating someone stronger as the weak, he was still in the dragon realm. But now, Su Yan had directly crossed over an entire realm. He defeated a venerable in the Six Dragons realm. Feng Yuhai didn't know if such a thing would never happen in the future, but before Su Yan, almost no one could do it. If Su Yan really did it today, it would really be earth-shattering. The Jiuzhou continent would probably be in an uproar. In this chaotic light tornado, Su Yan and Xianxia's bodies were tightly pressed against each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a battle of strength. It was the most primitive battle of strength. A venerable was a powerful existence that had elevated himself to another level. The dragon realm had already begun to break away from the human realm. Their bodies had even begun to develop in the direction of a giant dragon. But a venerable was different. A venerable's body had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had begun to integrate with the void energy. In short, this was a process that the dragon realm couldn't imagine. Therefore, even a 9 dragons realm elite couldn't fight against a venerable. This was an iron law. The reason why the 3 heavenly ghosts were so famous was because when the 3 of them fought together, they directly possessed the power of a venerable for a short period of time. This made them invincible. But now, Su Yan was directly challenging a venerable. Moreover, judging from the previous situation, Su Yan clearly had the upper hand in the battle. Impossible, impossible. My body has already been baptized by the void energy. How can this guy's strength be so terrifying? He can actually fight against me. At this moment, Xianxia was in more and more pain. He couldn't understand how Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. He was a dragon realm elite, and he was only a 6 dragons, but his strength was already so terrifying. He, a venerable, was actually suppressed to this extent. At this moment, the energy in Su Yan's body became even more terrifying. That ghost face seemed to have come alive. It was as if the person he was facing was no longer Su Yan, but another person. Departed spirit flower, soul-burning curse, die for me. He roared furiously. Then, one departed spirit flower after another appeared around his body. This time, the departed spirit flower was so clear that even the most detailed lines were so clear. At this moment, he had already activated his strength to the extreme. Su Yan's explosive power finally achieved great results. At this time, Su Yan's body had already begun to sway. He immediately understood that Su Yan couldn't hold on much longer. Haha, damn Junior, you actually dare to fight with me. I want you dead, I want you dead. The departed spirit flower bloomed and enveloped Su Yan. The departed spirit flower was his strongest strength. He believed that once the departed spirit flower bloomed to the extreme, it would be time for Su Yan to die. At this moment, his mind suddenly became active again. Su Yan was already so powerful at this level. There must be a secret that belonged to him. If he could master this secret, then perhaps his strength would increase again. And this increase wouldn't be a small 1 or 2 points. The departed spirit flower bloomed. It was so beautiful, so quiet, and so powerful. It directly attacked Su Yan's body. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly and turn Su Yan into nourishment for the departed spirit flower. When Su Yan completely died, it would be time for him to reach a higher level. At this moment, his plan was perfect. Everything seemed so perfect. However, he still neglected one point. That was Su Yan's strength. Just as he was at his most complacent, he suddenly realized that his strength had started to reverse. The departed spirit flower was no longer absorbing strength. Instead, it started to reverse. This was a terrifying scene. It seemed as though everything about him was about to be torn apart. No, how is this possible? How can he devour the departed spirit flower's strength instead? The departed spirit flower was his foundation. However, at this moment, even such a powerful strength couldn't control Su Yan. Instead, it was being devoured by Su Yan's strength. At this moment, he was truly afraid. No, it should be said that he was truly in despair. He could no longer control his own life. Everything about him would wither under such power. The chaotic light vortex still existed. However, at this moment, it had gradually calmed down. It was as if everything had started to quiet down. Wang Baichuan and the others watched anxiously. They wanted to know what had happened. Would Su Yan win in the end, or would Supremacy Xianxia win? Chapter 741. Female Literature. Finally, the chaotic light vortex slowly disappeared. Su Yan and Xianxia appeared in front of everyone. Su Yan stood in the void while carrying Xianxia, who looked like a dead dog, in his hand. Although they were all looking forward to this scene, When they really saw the scene in front of them, their hearts were incomparably shocked. Su Yan had won, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of pride in their hearts. Because at this moment, Su Yan only brought them fear. Su Yan was so terrifying that Meng Yang even thought of a demon. Back in the void, the demon overlord's aura was not as strong as Su Yan's. He couldn't understand why Su Yan would become like this. Meanwhile, in the distant divine demon island, the handsome and mysterious island master had been in a deep sleep all this time. In his sleep, the corners of his mouth were moving slightly. In his sleep, he seemed to be able to see through everything. Has it really arrived? It seems like it's just as I expected. This kind of power is too terrifying after all. I wonder how long you can hold on. Xiao Qian was standing at the edge of the void. She was filled with worry. When she had given the third heart to Su Yan, she had already had a hunch about it. She knew that something like this would happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To be honest, she didn't want to give that thing to Su Yan. However, that was the island master's will. It was a will that he couldn't go against. Therefore, he could only do so at that time. In fact, her feelings for Su Yan were very subtle. She did have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, he was the first man besides the island master who was attracted to her. As for the island master, he was simply too mysterious and too powerful. He was a celestial god. However, Xiao Qian didn't think that she could be compared to a celestial god. Her elder sister liked the island master. She was very clear about this. Therefore, she had never placed her thoughts on the island master. She did not know why, but during this period of time, she suddenly missed Su Yan. Although she was powerful, she couldn't see everything she wanted to see like the island master. She didn't know that Su Yan had already fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, there were actually two shadows in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, both of these shadows were Su Yan. It was exactly the same as Su Yan. Su Yan's sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, and the Green Lotus vision was even more mysterious. Even if a venerable one's will were to invade, he would not be able to gain anything. If an enemy's divine sense were to invade, then this power would automatically awaken and directly resist this power. But at this time, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was so quiet. Because at this time, the one who appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was also himself. Since it was also himself, his sea of consciousness naturally wouldn't resist. At this moment, Su Yan's soul had already fallen into a half-awake state. He saw everything outside, but his heart didn't react at all. This was because the one who was controlling his body now was another Su Yan, ghastly Su Yan. Ghastly Su Yan's terror was simply unimaginable. At this time, he was carrying the unconscious Yan Song with one hand. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Su Yan! Meng Yang finally couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned his head. His gaze was so cold that it seemed to have hit the cold air of the entire glacier. Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan felt their bodies turn cold at the same time. It was as if their entire bodies couldn't move. Just a single gaze was already so powerful. What if he unleashed his full strength? How terrifying would that be? At this moment, a thought appeared in their minds. Su Yan couldn't be planning to kill them, right? Su Yan was indeed their friend. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't seem to be Su Yan anymore. That ghastly face was really terrifying. It was extremely frightening. And that pair of eyes that looked down on everything was even more terrifying. It was at this moment that a powerful aura suddenly rushed over. You actually killed Yan Song. A furious roar was heard. His tone was filled with fury. This person had a thick blood aura. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle not too long ago. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's eyes burst out with a bright light. Third uncle, that's Feng Li's aura. Or you. How dare you kill my third uncle? Feng Li was a powerhouse of the Feng family. He didn't keep a high profile in the Feng family and had always liked to live in seclusion. However, he was very kind to Feng Yuhai and gave him enough guidance on the path of cultivation. However, Feng Yuhai didn't expect that he would actually die here. At this moment, his heart was trembling non-stop. A monstrous hatred was revealed. That person laughed and said, "Feng Li? So the trash who died at my hands is called Feng Li. Ha. However, do you want to know my name so that you can avenge him? There's no harm in telling you. My name is Litao. Remember my name. This way, you may have something to remember after you die." This supremacy was very powerful. There was no doubt that he could kill his third uncle. After all, Feng Yuhai was still too young. It was impossible for him to kill the other party now. It was also very difficult for him to escape from the other party. Previously, they were able to contend with Yen Song because Su Yan was at the forefront. Su Yan alone took most of the pressure, which allowed them to attack with all their might. However, at this moment, Su Yan's state was really strange. Not to mention whether Su Yan had the ability to resist the other party now, it was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe at this moment. This was because at that moment, they clearly felt Su Yan's extremely cold will. If Su Yan wanted to attack them now, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had already turned to Litao. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered a new prey. He directly let go of Yen Song's hand. Yen Song's corpse fell from the sky. This top powerhouse of the devil sect was casually thrown into the sea just like that. His body might become food for those fish. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on Litao. Being stared at by Su Yan's gaze, Litao's entire person became extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling very much, as if he was just a pitiful prey. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill Yen Song? You're pretty capable. But since you dared to kill Yen Song, you'll have to pay the price. Even though he's not strong enough and can be considered a trash, he's still a member of our glory sect. At this moment, he naturally felt how terrifying Su Yan was. Yen Song's strength was indeed inferior to his, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Yen Song. Since this devil-masked man could do this, it meant that he must be a very terrifying powerhouse. He didn't dare to be careless against such a person. Su Yan didn't answer him. A trace of a smile appeared on his ferocious face. Then his body directly appeared beside Litao like a ghost. Even Litao, a venerable, was shocked by Su's speed. His speed could reach such a level. He instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly turned around. At this moment, his entire body was filled with anger. This damned guy. He clenched his palm and directly slapped it out. He naturally saw that Ghoul Su Yan's condition was not normal. It seemed that he was injured. No matter how powerful a person was, if he was injured, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, his judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, he didn't realize that the current Su Yan couldn't be judged in a normal situation at all. At this moment, it was Ghoul Su Yan. The reason why Ghoul Face appeared was because 2 of the 3 hearts in his body exploded at the same time. The power was so strong that he couldn't control it. Therefore, how could Su Yan leave his weakened state at this time? At this moment, Su Yan also blasted out with his palm. The palms of the 2 people met directly, and an extremely terrifying halo appeared in the sky. At this moment, a cracking sound could be heard from Su Yan's palm. It was obvious that his palm was directly broken by this attack. However, even so, his strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. Litao's expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This guy's palm is already broken, but he's still so stubbornly attacking without asking anything. He had seen many ruthless people, and there were also many people who didn't care about anything when they were fighting. However, even if they could endure it, they would definitely not be like Su Yan, who didn't feel anything at all. It was as if his broken hand had nothing to do with him at all. More importantly, the power of his attack was terrifying to the extreme. Even Litao could feel how powerful the power was. It was an unimaginable power that directly impacted his body. Even with the body of a venerable one, he could still feel such pain. At this moment, he finally understood why Yen Song was killed. This guy wasn't human at all. He was a devil. After this punch, Su Yan's power seemed to have found an outlet. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he began to laugh without making any sound. Chapter 742. Female Literature, Lu Tao had the power to fight Su Yan, but for some reason his power was strangely suppressed. He was caught off guard by the unforeseen change. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he could not do so. If he had to describe the situation, he would be stuck in a quagmire. The place was simply a quagmire. He had already sunk into the quagmire. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to break free. He was afraid of Su Yan's power, but it also held him back at the same time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, if he wanted to continue living, then he could only fight. But the problem was that Su Yan, this madman, was becoming more and more powerful at this time. Ordinary people, even venerable ones who were stronger than him, would not be like this, but Su Yan did not seem to be tired at all. This made him feel incomparable fear. It would never be wise to fight a lunatic, and it would be extremely foolish to fight a lunatic who was unkillable and terrifyingly powerful. Now, he was very regretful. Why did he run over to provoke Su Yan without any reason? So what if Yen Song died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes, what the world lacked the most was medicine for regret. At this point, he was no longer thinking about how to defeat Su Yan, but how to leave this place. However, it was then that the light vortex where light and darkness met appeared again. He had never seen the light vortex before, but Wang Baichuan and the others knew that it was Su Yan's hunting ground. Previously, Yen Song had become his prey in this place, and then he died. What would happen to Lu Tao then? The chaotic light vortex was finally formed. Lu Tao's gaze lingered on the surroundings. At this moment, his heart turned cold. This was because he realized that the chaotic light vortex had blocked all his escape routes. In other words, he was only left with two choices. He could either die here or kill Su Yan. If Su Yan still had his rationality, he would not have made such a choice no matter what. One had to know that a wild beast that had a chance of escaping was not scary. If he did not want to die, he would think of a way to escape. However, if all his exits were blocked, he would be in a much greater danger. Since he could not escape, he would give it his all. Even if he could bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh, it would be good. However, Su Yan's self had fallen into a deep slumber, and Ghostface Su Yan did not care about it at all. In other words, Ghostface Su Yan was doing this on purpose. This was because he was treating Lu Tao like a toy. Only Ghostface Su Yan, who was terrifyingly powerful, would have such a crazy idea. Moreover, he did it. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon Sword. Even wild beasts would fight to the death, let alone him. He was not weak. No, that was not the right way to describe him. To be more precise, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely one of the best among One Origin Venerables, which was why he could kill Feng Li from the Feng family. At this moment, he was fighting without regard for anything. The lethality of his attack was naturally extremely terrifying. His sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the powerful force turned into endless swordlight. With such a powerful force descending from the sky, he was almost invincible. Earth Demon Sword. The so-called demons of the Limitless Demon sect were not demons. They were real demons, heavenly demons, earth demons, Rakshasa demons, and the most terrifying of all, the Limitless demons. These were the four great demons of the demon sect, and the earth demon was one of them. They were existences equivalent to gods. The Earth Demon Sword was a powerful move passed down from the Earth Demon of these four branches. At this moment, although they were in the middle of the sea, countless pieces of mud appeared the moment the Earth Demon Sword was unleashed. These pieces of mud directly charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, almost in an instant, the lump of mud transformed into an extremely terrifying sword. Such powerful sword chi surged like a tide, as if it was heaven and earth. It directly drowned Su Yan's body. Not only did the Earth Demon Sword possess the great and mighty power of the Earth Demon, but it also possessed terrifying and powerful sword chi. Such damage was enough to kill a venerable. He did not believe that Su Yan would be unscathed under such a sword move. The powerful force continued to baptize Su Yan. Under such terrifying power, ghastly face Su Yan was finally injured. The changes on the surface of his body aside, The most terrifying thing was his face. At this moment, his ghastly face began to change, and pieces of it began to fall off. As a venerable, Litao immediately noticed the change. At this moment he laughed out loud happily. I understand now. This mask is the source of your power. Now that your mask has been shattered by me, your power is immediately draining away. How can you still be my opponent in this state? Die for me. At this time he let out a roar, and the Earth Demon Sword released an even more terrifying power. The two powerful swords rolled down at this time, like heavenly thunder that shook the heavens. At this moment, he kept roaring. He had never thought that a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator would bring him such immense pressure. The power of the Earth Demon Sword finally pierced through Su Yan's body. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Su Yan's abdomen. At this moment, Su Yan's mask was filled with countless cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion, and he would eventually win. So what if this kid was strong? This kind of power would eventually have a flaw. However, just as he was feeling proud, a sharp claw suddenly appeared. This power directly pierced into his body. At this moment, the ghost mask on Su Yan's face had begun to peel off, but his gaze was still as cold as ever. The hand that pierced into Litao's abdomen, no, it should be called a claw, was already covered in blood. You, die for me. Su Yan's voice came from his throat. At this moment, the ghost mask had reached the critical point of disappearing, and his consciousness was finally about to return. At this moment, for Su Yan, this was definitely a new experience. He never thought that he would have such an experience. Previously, he wasn't the one controlling his own body, but he could clearly feel everything. He could feel the cold killing intent, the powerful strength, and the crazy desire to kill coming from himself. He knew that the person was him, but his personality was completely different from his own. He also knew that at this moment he was going far away. Su Yan was afraid of his crazy and terrifying self. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, he did not feel that way. However, he was really afraid this time. Needless to say, he knew what he should do now. As soon as he twisted his power, Litao's internal organs were directly crushed. Although Litao was powerful, even if he was a venerable one, he could not continue to live after his internal organs were all crushed and the spiritual qi in his body was directly blown away. The chaotic light vortex dissipated again. This time, the situation was different from before. Earlier, the cold ghost-faced Su Yan directly killed Yen Song and declared his victory in a high and mighty manner. This time, he and Litao almost fell from the sky at the same time. Killing two venerable ones in a row was a terrifying achievement. Even if it was due to ghost-faced Su Yan's contribution, it was already amazing. After all, this body belonged to him. When ghost-faced Su Yan's will completely disappeared, the three hearts in his body calmed down at the same time. At this moment, all the strength in Su Yan's body was drained in an instant. Without the support of any power, he naturally could not stabilize his body in the air, so he directly fell into the sea. At this moment, Meng Yang was quick-witted. He directly rushed towards Su Yan and hugged Su Yan. Plop! Behind him, the previously insufferably arrogant Litao's body fell directly into the sea. Just like Yen Song, he would forever remain in this sea. Meng Yang flew into the air with Su Yan on his back. At this moment, he had a grave look on his face. He was no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, he looked extremely solemn. Gentlemen, can you not tell anyone about what happened today? Meng Yang knew very well that if what happened today was leaked, Su Yan would definitely be in big trouble. After all, putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had killed two venerable ones from the Devil Sect was enough for the powerful Devil Sect to directly start hunting down Su Yan. Not to mention his strange state today. If what happened today was known by others, he did not know what kind of trouble Su Yan would face. Although Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were comrades in arms, he did not know how they would choose. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, Su Yan's my friend, and he even avenged my third uncle, so I won't tell anyone about this. Senior brother Wang, I hope that you can also keep Su Yan's secret. To Meng Yang's surprise, Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn at this moment. Moreover, his last sentence was already very domineering. In fact, there was even a faint hint of coercion. Chapter 743. Female Literature. In actuality, the situation was very dangerous. One had to know that if Su Yan's current state was leaked out, it might not be a good thing for him. Not to mention the Devil Sect, even the Taihang Sword faction might directly kill Su Yan. Feng Yuhai did not want this matter to be leaked. No matter what the reason was, he did not want this news to be leaked anyway. However, he knew that the relationship between Wang Baichuan and Su Yan was definitely not friendly. At this moment, a light flashed in Wang Baichuan's eyes. It was obvious that Feng Yuhai's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the trace of impatience only flashed by, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't tell anyone about this." At this moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Wang Baichuan. After all, this matter was related to Su Yan's safety. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "Don't worry. Since senior brother Wang said that he won't tell anyone about this, he'll definitely do it. He's a man of his word, so he won't go back on his word." As soon as Feng Yuhai finished, Wang Baichuan did not respond. Of course, he understood that Feng Yuhai was actually mocking him. Nonetheless, he did not care. After all, he did not plan to tell anyone about this. Su Yan and he were indeed not friends, but they were not enemies either. Moreover, they were working together and fighting side by side this time. Even if Feng Yuhai wanted to defeat Su Yan, he would definitely not use such a method. Otherwise, his heart for the path would be polluted. This would hinder his cultivation. Feng Yuhai was obviously aware of this, so he did not want to be entangled in this matter. He changed the topic and said, "The most important thing now is to know Su Yan's condition. He's indeed a legend to be able to fight and win against two venerable ones, but I'm afraid his physical condition isn't too good now." He couldn't be wrong. Other things aside, the bowl-sized wound on his abdomen was a huge problem. Within the wound, there was a force that was constantly eroding Su Yan. It was also because Su Yan's strength was abnormal enough that he was still safe at this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen into death at this time. After all, it was the means of a venerable one. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or even Meng Yang, they would naturally have holy healing medicine on them. However, these medicines were of no use to Su Yan at this moment. It was as if Su Yan had already been sentenced to death. But fortunately, Su Yan's life force was really tenacious. Although the medicine had lost its effect, his own recovery power was constantly fighting against the illness. At this moment, "Let's find a place to rest first. Now that we can't help Su Yan, we can only rely on his own condition," Feng Yuhai said. They were in the vast sea, and the only place to rest was naturally in the warship. Fortunately, they moved the battlefield in time. Therefore, at this time, they did not need to worry about the warship being damaged. At this moment, the three of them directly went to the warship. However, when they approached the warship, they realized that something had happened to it. It was Fang Yueshan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. His expression was extremely painful, and of course, there was also horror. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot at this time. In front of him stood a man. Needless to say, it was this man who had tortured him so miserably. At this time, they finally saw this person clearly. In fact, they all knew the man in front of them. This man was none other than Rosen. At this time, Rosen actually appeared here. If it was in the past, they might not have taken Rosen seriously. However, after experiencing the incident on Divine Demon Island, they were deeply aware of how powerful Rosen was. This guy had a great killing weapon, which was the demon god armament. That thing could unleash Rosen's strength to the extreme, and even allow him to reach the realm of 8 dragons. Moreover, at this time, Rosen's own realm was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 10 days, this guy's strength had increased again. The current Luo Sen could no longer be described as a genius. Instead, he was a monster. He and Su Yan were both monsters. "Rosen, why are you here? Do you want to be beaten up by Master Meng Yang again? Meng Yang said directly. He wanted to divert Rosen's attention. After all, he knew too well about the feud between Su Yan and Rosen. At this time, these two people were simply like old enemies. If he knew about Su Yan's situation at this time, he would definitely not be polite. Of course, he also knew that what he was doing at this time was just a futile effort. After all, Rosen was not a fool. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye? Oh, isn't this Su Yan? I really didn't expect this guy to be like a dead dog. This is really something to be happy about. Of course, if he's dead, it'll make me even happier, Rosen said gloatingly. While he was talking, Meng Yang clearly saw a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This guy really wanted to kill people. However, at this time, he clearly knew that there was still a certain risk in killing Su Yan at this time. After all, he could not guarantee that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai would not make a move. Even though his strength had greatly improved during this period of time, he was still very strong. He did not dare to underestimate the two most powerful geniuses of the Taihang sword faction. Now, his position was very awkward. Although he did not know why the first elder of the ghost-killing hall did not make any arrangements against him, he did not dare to rashly approach the devil sect at this time. Rosen was very smart, and he had his own plan. Although the old man of the ghost-killing hall did not make any reaction, he knew that he could not do things like before. He had to plan for himself. He had promised that fairy that he would definitely see her again in the future. Since that was the case, how could he die like this? Ever since he returned from the Divine Devil Island, he had not returned to the Devil Sect for a long time. Of course, he had his own ways to obtain some information in the Devil Sect. This time around, he had come to this place with a purpose in mind. His goal was none other than Feng Yueshan. He needed to know some things, and these things just so happened to be related to Feng Yueshan. Although Feng Yueshan seemed to be just fooling around, his background was not ordinary. It was just that he was too low-key, so ordinary people did not know about this news at all. But coincidentally, he just happened to know about this news. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yan. If not for the fact that Feng Yueshan was kidnapped by Su Yan and had no choice but to betray the Devil Sect, he would not have noticed Feng Yueshan. It was just that he did not expect to see Su Yan at this time. Moreover, the current Su Yan did not seem to be in a good state. To be honest, at this time, he really wanted to kill Su Yan. Of course, the reason why he did not make a move was because he was afraid of Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. But more importantly, his main target was Feng Yueshan at this time. As long as he got Feng Yueshan, his main purpose this time would be completed. Since that was the case, he did not want to stay here. Alright, everyone. I really didn't expect to meet you all here. However, I have no interest in fighting you all today. Hee, I really can't bear to see Su Yan's dog-like appearance. I hope that I can still see Su Yan alive next time. As he spoke, he carried Feng Yueshan and left. Feng Yueshan was really miserable at this time. He did not even have the strength to struggle at this time. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yuhai and the others did not stop Rosen from leaving. This was because Rosen only took away someone who had nothing to do with them. Feng Yueshan was originally a member of the Devil Sect, so his life and death had nothing to do with them. Wang Baichuan said directly, "Alright, you two take care of Su Yan. I'm going to join the battle." Wang Baichuan was still a battle-hungry person after all. Previously, he was deeply shocked by Su Yan's powerful strength. With a comparison, he could understand himself more clearly. Not to mention ghastly Su Yan, even Su Yan's normal state had surpassed him. He was the Taixing Swordmaster, but now his strength had been pulled apart from Su Yan's. However, how could the proud and arrogant him accept this fact? He left the warship and went straight to the end of the sky. After he left, Feng Yuhai also said, "Brother Meng Yang, I'll leave Su Yan to you. I'm going to join the battle too. Otherwise, we'll be too far behind Su Yan." Wang Baichuan was like this, and so was he. The battle was not over yet. As the two most outstanding people in the Taihang sword faction, they had to make themselves stronger. At this time, the sky was filled with an extremely powerful pressure, as if the whole sky was about to fall. Meng Yang looked at the two people leaving. He did not think too much. After all, he was very tired. Sigh, Su Yan, oh Su Yan, why did you change so much? Was that really you just now? That's too scary. But you better wake up quickly. You're making me feel insecure when you're sleeping like this. While Meng Yang was talking, there was a new movement in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In the depths of the mysterious sea of consciousness, a ghastly face appeared. Chapter 744. Female Literature. Su Yan fell into a deep sleep. This time, his slumber was not because his sea of consciousness was occupied, but because he was too tired, so his body began to repair itself. However, while he was in deep sleep, there was a change in the depths of his knowledge sea. The ghostly face quietly appeared. The golden forehead and the black parts of the face looked very out of place. However, there was one thing that was undeniable, and that was the power of the ghostly face. Of course, it was only a mask that appeared at this time. The appearance of the mask caused a change in the knowledge sea. It was as if layers of fog were dispersing at this time. Then, the knowledge sea became clearer and clearer. In the sea of consciousness, there were two tall cages. Of course, they were not real cages, but were completely constructed with divine sense. This was Su Yan's knowledge sea, so the one who constructed these two cages was naturally Su Yan. Two souls were suppressed in the cages. One of them was flowing with a dark aura, as if it was an endless abyss. The other one was also exuding an incomparable chill. They were Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme. After the death of the great demon god, Ice Extreme, these two bodies split from his body. Back in the second ancient ruin, under the threat of the evil sword Cold Jade, these two evil souls reached an agreement with Su Yan, then entered Su Yan's body. Of course, these two guys definitely did not have good intentions. Later, the God-Slayer God's word directly invaded Su Yan's knowledge sea, but Su Yan's knowledge sea mutated, in the end giving birth to the Green Lotus and Bright Moon. When these two things appeared, the God-Slayer sword's consciousness was directly expelled from Su Yan's knowledge sea. At that time, Su Yan also directly sealed these two guys. Both Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme were extremely dangerous existences. How could they be simple if they were related to the great demon god? If it weren't for the fact that the God-Slayer God's word had invaded their bodies, it would have taken Su Yan a lot of effort to seal them away. However, after sealing the two items, Su Yan's sea of wisdom became much quieter. Originally, as long as Su Yan didn't die, these two souls would never wake up. They would fall into an eternal slumber until their power was gradually assimilated by Su Yan's power and became a part of Su Yan's body. However, he did not expect Grimace to appear here at this time. The ice-cold mask flew towards the two evil souls. The two sleeping evil souls seemed to have sensed something. The moment the mask approached them, the two evil souls opened their eyes. When the mask approached, they actually woke up. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. This was the roar of Tao Master Darkness. He had never thought that after that crisis, Su Yan would actually turn around and seal the two of them. This was something that he could not forgive. Of course, he might have forgotten that he had no choice but to enter Su Yan's body. Furthermore, he did not have any good intentions towards Anshang. It was the same for Bingju. At that time, the two of them wanted to scheme against Su Yan. However, they did not expect that Su Yan had already plotted against them. Although he did not understand why they suddenly woke up at this time, the killing intent in his heart was endless. If he could, he would definitely obliterate Su Yan's soul. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. After all, they were split from the great demon god Bingju's body. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to grow. It was at this time that they suddenly noticed the thing floating in front of them. At this moment, the two of them actually trembled. Even though they had obtained part of the great demon god Bingju's memories, they had never seen a mask like this. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that this mask was extremely terrifying. It was clearly just a mask, but they felt that it was alive. At this moment, a thought was transmitted from the mask. What the hell is this? It actually wants to invade our souls. It's simply courting death. At this moment they were furious. They had just woken up only to discover that something was trying to invade their souls. When they were sealed by Su Yan, it was because of the Godslayer sword. If not for the deterrence of the Godslayer sword, Su Yan would not have been able to do it so easily. Now that they had awakened, it was only a matter of time before they could break free from the power of the seal. However, they never expected that they would encounter such a crisis after just waking up. Of course, at this time, they did not take this seriously. After all, Darkness Dao Master was once a 6 Essences Dao Master. Although he was severely injured by the evil sword Cold Jade and his strength had decreased significantly, his soul was still very strong. At this moment, he immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Bingju also started to resist. The two of them were originally one. At this moment, when they started to exert their strength at the same time, the power that burst out was so strong that even the two of them did not expect it to reach such a level. I really didn't expect that I could burst out with such power when I was with you, Darkness Dao Master said sarcastically. The two of them were of the same origin. Because of this, they both wanted to devour each other. This time, after the two of them joined forces and burst out with such a strong power, the two of them became even more determined. From the moment they were born, the two of them were destined to be enemies. In the end, only one of them would survive, and that person would become the real Darkness Dao Master. At this moment, the mask suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, the golden power and the other two powers burst out, and the powerful force suppressed them in an instant. At this moment, they were simply on the verge of collapse. Impossible, what kind of power is this? The power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the Buddha, and the power of the great demonic god. Why, what the hell is this mask? Why does it have so many powers? At this moment, their colleagues began to tremble. They were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they finally felt fear. Their powerful strength seemed so weak in front of this strange mask. At this moment, they were really on the verge of collapse. Silently, the light emitted by the masks began to fuse with their bodies. They knew that fusing with this light was definitely not a good thing for them. However, at this moment, they could not even resist. This ray of light was simply too powerful. Especially the source of the 3 lights, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at this moment, they could not understand why these 3 powers, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, would fuse together at this time. And when these 3 powers completely fused together, his strength would reach such a level. Not long after, their resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the attack of the ghost mask, they became more and more powerless. Although they were very unwilling at this moment, they knew clearly that they had lost. Damn it, are we going to die? Are we really going to die? They were so unwilling. It was not easy for them to give birth to a life of their own and have their own consciousness, but they were going to die like this. How unreconciled were they to accept this? They could have become a dragon that could turn the world upside down, but at this moment, they were going to die. After a long time, everything calmed down. At this moment, the two people's minds were in a mess. Are we dead? Are we dead? Darkness Dao Master's voice was so weak. He was obviously a very powerful existence, but at this moment his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Dead? We're not dead, we're really not dead. At this moment, Bingju suddenly said excitedly. He originally thought that he was dead, but at this moment he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not dead. His life was still there. At this moment, the two people felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The joy they felt was indescribable. However, at this moment, Bingju was suddenly stunned. Darkness, your face. At this moment, Darkness Dao Master was also disappointed. Bingju saw it, and he also saw that there was an additional mask on their faces. The mask of evil intent had actually landed on their bodies at this moment. At this moment, they were both moved. Even their whole bodies began to tremble. What a terrible thing this was. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized something terrible. The terrifying mask had already invaded their divine soul. At this moment, they had become the hosts of the ghost mask. They knew very well that becoming a host was almost never a good thing. It could even be said that their end would be extremely tragic. Therefore, at this moment, the two people's faces were so solemn. However, at this moment, Bingju suddenly said, "Forget it, at least we're still alive." This sentence sounded casual, but in fact, at this moment, it was very serious. They were alive, but they had become the host of someone else's body. At this moment, Darkness Tao Master said, "Indeed, at least we're still alive. Our origin is the great demon god. As long as I recover my strength, I will definitely tear that mask and imprison Su Yan's soul, torturing it for eternity." He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, they wouldn't have been sealed, and they wouldn't have been in such a situation. Chapter 745. Female Literature. Ghostface entered their bodies and did not do anything else after that. Of course, they didn't think that this was the end of it. They knew clearly that this was just the beginning. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that they had woken up, the most important thing was to get rid of the seal. Only then would they have a chance to do other things. While Su Yan was in a deep sleep, the battle situation outside had changed. The Boundless Demon Sect's lineup was indeed powerful, but it was a trap set up by the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Although Feng Li of the Taihang Sword faction and a venerable from the Blazing Flame sect had died in battle, the demon sect's losses were definitely much greater. Not to mention the two venerables killed by Su Yan and the two who had died earlier, the rest of the demon sect's venerables had all died. Apart from the two Four Essences sovereigns and the Dao sovereign Xianxia, everyone else who had been bitterly holding on had died. This was the most disastrous loss the Boundless Demon Sect had ever suffered. Moreover, the two Four Essences sovereigns and even Xianxia had fallen into a crisis at this moment. Among the two Four Essences venerables, Bai Tianqing was not from the Demon Sect, but from the Huangji sect. He was the one who followed behind them. Fan Yunlin knew his son very well. He knew that even with the help of the three heroes of heavenly ghosts, it was impossible for him to subdue Mu Tianqing. Therefore, he had already made arrangements. Whether it was Yin Zhongshan or Bai Tianqing, they were all part of his arrangements. However, he didn't expect that even with such arrangements, there would still be a huge change in the situation. At this time, the Huangji sect was inexplicably involved in the war between the Boundless Demon Sect, the Blazing Flame sect, and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, Bai Tianqing wouldn't fight against the Taihang Sword faction for the Boundless Demon Sect. His opponent was only Mu Tianqing. However, at this time, he was also in great danger. Mu Tianqing's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he couldn't use all his strength was already very terrifying. In such a state, he could only retreat in defeat. Only now did he realize that he had been too careless. If he hadn't let the Jade Phosphorus Beast fight the sea-splitting demonic snake, then he wouldn't be under so much pressure now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, even if he wanted to summon the Jade Phosphorus Beast, he couldn't because the Jade Phosphorus Beast had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the sea-splitting demonic serpent to fight. It had to be said that since becoming Su Yan's mount, the wisdom of the Jade Phosphor Beast had become more and more extraordinary. He directly dragged the Jade Phosphorus Beast to the bottom of the deep sea. Although the Jade Phosphorus Beast was also a water attribute monster beast, how could it compare to him? Once he entered the deep sea, the Jade Phosphorus Beast would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. It could only become his rations. At this time, the Jade Phosphor Beast was constantly struggling. Obviously, it had also realized that it was in a bad situation. His strength was originally above that of the sea-rending demonic snake. In the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. After all, his master was a powerful Four Essences sovereign. After becoming a monster pet, the master's strength had a lot to do with himself. Therefore, at the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was almost beaten black and blue by him. As a result, the two powerful monsters quickly entered the deep sea. However, after entering the deep sea, the sea-rending demonic snake finally launched a counterattack. In the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was indeed no match for the Jade Phosphorus Beast. However, its strength was not so weak. At that time, it had swallowed its pride just for this moment. In the face of the sea-rending demonic snake's desperate counterattack, the jade phosphorus beast was instantly suppressed. This was the deep sea, and the strong water pressure brought a lot of trouble to the jade phosphorus beast. Mu Tianqing looked at Bai Tianqing and said calmly, "Bai Tianqing, you can't do it anymore." She had everything in her hands. At this time, Bai Tianqing was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. At this time, he remembered that his opponent was the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Although Mu Tianqing's terrifying strength was not all from her own cultivation, she was an extremely terrifying genius herself. Even if their realms were now the same, and he even had some advantages. However, when it came to fighting, he was still no match for Mu Tianqing. If his jade phosphorus beast was here, the current situation might not have reached such a state. However, he was too careless at the beginning, and he actually let the jade phosphorus beast leave directly. At this time, he was completely suppressed. On the other side, Ghost Dragon, who was fighting with the frenzied Blade Venerable, was in an even more miserable state. His Ghost Dragon was directly suppressed by the Oriole. The power of thunder and lightning controlled by the Oriole was very terrifying, and it was almost natural to restrain the Ghost Dragon. Therefore, at this time, he was like Bai Tianqing without his partner. On the other hand, the frenzied Blade Venerable had always been known for his violence and unrestrained. He was a complete madman. In a battle with him, if he took the initiative, he would have almost no advantage. After all, this guy would fight with his life on the line even when there was no hope. The name Frenzied Blade was not given for nothing. At this time, he really hoped that someone could come to help him. Unfortunately, when he scanned his surroundings, he found that almost everyone on his side had died. Bai Tianqing, who was also in the Four Origin realm like him, was also being suppressed at this time. As for the others, they had already started to die at this time. At this time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He clearly understood that if this continued, he would only be in a worse situation. After all, if his people died, it meant that the people on the other side would be free. Now, he could not even deal with one of them, let alone several of them. At this time, a huge force was constantly operating in the sky. Lord Yanxiao was also in a very bad situation at this time. Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect was an extremely terrifying figure. Although he was not the current fire god of the Blazing Flame sect, everyone knew how powerful he was. As a Dao master, he had terrifying power. At this time, his flames were constantly sweeping, and this part of the sky was almost completely surrounded by the power of the flames. Of course, if he was alone, Yanxiao would definitely not be in such a difficult situation. He would even be very calm and at ease and directly counterattack. But the problem was that his opponent was definitely not Qiu Zifan alone. The one who really made him feel troubled was Xianxia, who had not stepped into the Dao Master realm. This guy was his demon when he was young, and he was still the same now. He was really too powerful. He had not reached the Dao Master realm and had not undergone the Dao Mark baptism. But the lethality of each of his sword strikes was so terrifying. A casual swing of his sword contained extremely terrifying destructive power. That kind of power could cut through the void. This time, Qiu Zifan actually didn't participate in the battle. The only thing he did was to prevent Yanxiao from leaving the battlefield. Xianxia had pieced together his strength and injured Yanxiao. This was an extremely difficult battle. After so many years, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a terrifying battle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see any hope. As one of the vice sect masters of the Limitless Demon sect, he was in such a difficult situation. Yanxiao, what's wrong? Why don't you fight me head-on? Could it be that you're already feeling afraid? You're a Dao master, and I'm just a 5 Origin realm venerable. Xianxia mocked him. While these big shots were fighting, the situation of the small fries had naturally changed. This time, the Limitless Demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Wang Baichuan directly joined the battle, followed by Feng Yuhai. At this time, the Dragon Realm Venerables of the Limitless Demon sect were once again impacted. Even a powerhouse of the Seven Dragons realm was in a very miserable state. Then Feng Yuhai directly joined the battle. At this time, Both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were filled with anger. This was because they realized that their strength was too far away from Su Yan's. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they were extremely eager to fight. Originally, it was just a plan that Su Yan had come up with on the spur of the moment. But now, it had developed to such an extent. This sea had completely turned into an ocean of war. Beside the sea, there was a tall and handsome man. He looked at the terrifying battlefield with a slight smile on his face. He softly said, "What a beautiful sky. A world filled with the flames of war is a beautiful world." The limitless demon sect. There was a figure behind him. It was Hydralisk. Compared to before, Hydralisk's aura had become even deeper. His entire person had almost merged into this world. Formless and traceless. This was a realm that he had dreamed of. His body and even his aura had become one with this world. This feeling was really good. Since he was Hydralisk, the person in front of him was naturally Duanmu Longhu. This was the crown prince of the limitless demon sect from thousands of years ago. After the last ruin, he had directly disappeared. At this time, he finally appeared again. At this time, his aura had become so deep that it was like the sea in front of him. Chapter 746. Female Literature. For Duanmu Longhu, this was a big show. This vast sea was a big stage, and he was the only audience. He didn't know when he appeared here, but he seemed to have seen all the previous battles. "Hydralisk, did you see that? Our friend has become so powerful," Duanmu Longhu said. Hydralisk understood that he was talking about Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan had become very powerful. At first, he thought that he could easily defeat Su Yan. However, it was only now that he realized that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Ghost-face Su Yan didn't appear for long. Besides Wang Baichuan, no one else seemed to have seen Su Yan like this. Therefore, they agreed to keep this matter a secret and not leak it out. But they didn't know that Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk had seen everything. He was a bystander here, and he was watching everything. Ghost-face Su Yan's strength shocked Hydralisk. Of course, Duanmu Longhu was the same. Although from the very beginning he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent and highly recognized Su Yan's potential, Su Yan's strength was still very weak. But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. However, Duanmu Longhu was an extremely proud person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Su Yan had become extremely powerful, and Ghost-face Su Yan had even reached the Venerable Realm, he still didn't put it in his heart. He was a determined powerhouse. A person like him had absolute confidence in himself, and he would never let anything affect him. So what if Su Yan was strong? He would be defeated by him sooner or later. At this time, Hydralisk suddenly said, "Su Yan's previous state was really strange. Master, should we announce this matter?" Hydralisk wasn't a stupid person, on the contrary, he was very smart. He understood what it meant if Su Yan's previous performance was announced. It was likely that all the experts would have a strong interest in Su Yan. How could Su Yan be so strong? He was actually able to kill 2 venerables with his own strength? Even if those powerhouses didn't believe it, as long as they had doubts in their hearts, it was enough. This was definitely a huge threat to Su Yan. But at this time, Duanmu Longhu said, "No, this is not the right time. He is still our ally, his strength is only good for us." After Duanmu Longhu finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Let's go. The show is over." This time, the Sublime Flow Sword sect and the Scorching Flame sect have done a good job. I'm really surprised. However, after this battle, the world will really be in chaos. Just as he had said in his opinion, this world full of war and chaos was the most beautiful. Blood was the best dye to paint this world. A world without war was a pool of stagnant water. If he wanted to rise again, then this world must be in chaos. At this time, he didn't say anything because at this time, he was completely convinced by Duanmu Longhu. He knew how terrifying Duanmu Longhu was. He had the strength of a dragon and the wisdom of a fox. He was an extremely strong and even terrifying person. Since he had made a plan, then this plan wouldn't fail. He would go to a faraway place. And what he had to do now was to follow behind him. Su Yan's recovery ability was really abnormal. Even Meng Yang was dumbfounded. He had suffered such a heavy injury, especially that bowl-sized wound, which contained the power of a venerable. At first, the terrifying energy of the Earth Demon Sword was still constantly destroying Su Yan's body. But at this time, Su Yan's injury actually started to heal. Even with the help of some divine medicine, it wouldn't be so fast. But at this time, Su Yan's condition was right in front of him. My goodness, Su Yan, you're simply an undying monster. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. As the disciple of the frenzied blade venerable, his body was actually very strong and abnormal. But compared to Su Yan, the difference was too big. Previously, he had estimated that if he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have been dead already. Most likely, he was already dead by now. However, Su Yan had already begun to heal. There was even a ray of light visible to the naked eye at his wound. That ray of light was healing Su Yan's body. Under this kind of power, new flesh grew out from his wounds. At this time, he was bored and walked out of the worship. He looked in the direction of his master. Even though you brag every day, you better not die this time around. At this time, Meng Yang suddenly felt that he was too weak. At this moment, he suddenly had the determination to cultivate properly. This time, it wasn't just talk, but real motivation. His master was fighting with a powerhouse. Big Sister Mu, whom he liked, was also fighting. Meng Yang couldn't interfere in the battle between the two. Even when Su Yan was fighting to the death, he could only watch from the side. He watched as Su Yan faced off against the power of the powerful venerables. Then, he watched as Su Yan turned into a ghost face under the pressure of Yen Song. Then, Su Yan killed the two venerables before falling unconscious. During this series of events, he could only be a bystander. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't watch his good friend suffer like this, but he couldn't do anything. This time, I must cultivate properly. I must. At this time, the battle in the sky gradually stopped. Everything seemed to have calmed down. This time, the devil sect fled in defeat. Hee, Ghost Dragon won. This time, you're going to become a dead ghost. Ha! The frenzied blade venerable had completely gone crazy at this time. Similar to Wang Baichuan's cold state, the frenzied blade venerable also had his own extreme state. When his fighting spirit burned to the extreme, he would directly go berserk. After going berserk, whether it was strength or speed, it would directly increase at this moment. This was already terrifying enough. What was even more terrifying was that he would almost directly shut off his sense of pain. He could almost directly ignore the damage his enemy's attacks caused him. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. For anyone, facing such an enemy was an extremely troublesome matter. Ghost Dragon had been in the Four Origin realm for a long time. He was extremely powerful. The frenzied blade venerable hadn't broken through to the Four Origin realm for a long time. Logically speaking, Ghost Dragon should have the upper hand no matter what. Unfortunately, the frenzied blade venerable couldn't be viewed with common sense. He was just too powerful. At this time, the power he possessed was almost unimaginable. He was a powerful madman from head to toe. Each of his blade strikes posed a tremendous threat to the Four Essence Demonic Sect Venerable. Ghost Dragon clearly knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the frenzied blade venerable today. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't have the determination to fight to the death. He knew very well that only by living could he have everything. If he died in battle, everything would be gone. At this time, he directly contacted his Ghost Dragon with his mind and issued an order, wanting his Ghost Dragon to leave. However, when he transmitted his consciousness over, he only received a very weak response. Such a performance simply gave him a huge shock. This meant that his Ghost Dragon was in a very bad state. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, his Ghost Dragon should clearly be stronger than the Yellow Sparrow. Even if it was innately restrained by the Yellow Sparrow, its cultivation realm was still there. Why did the battle fall to such a state? At this time, the frenzied blade venerable slashed down again. The terrifying blade constantly vibrated in the sky. The powerful force almost tore Ghost Dragon Ying's mind apart. The frenzied Blade Venerable said arrogantly, "Hee hee, you old fart. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. Looks like you're really tired of living." The frenzied Blade Venerable's mocking smile made him feel very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do at this time. The Ghost Dragon was his beast pet after all. It was also a part of his power. He absolutely couldn't watch the Ghost Dragon die. Therefore, he finally disregarded everything and directly rushed into the sky. The frenzied Blade Venerable said, "Our battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable naturally couldn't let his prey escape. He directly followed Ghost Dragon Ying into the sky. High in the sky, strong winds were constantly blowing. Two extremely terrifying beasts were constantly fighting. One of the giant beasts had the body of a dragon. This was naturally the Ghost Dragon. His opponent was the Yellow Sparrow, Su Yan's Yellow Sparrow. The battle between the two was so cruel. At this moment, the Ghost Dragon's body was extremely miserable. Thunderbolts were still flickering on the surface of his body. It was the Yellow Sparrow's power, which was constantly eroding his body. Of course, the Yellow Sparrow was also extremely miserable at this time. There was a hideous wound on one of its huge wings. There were also countless bloodstains on its body. Chapter 747. Female Literature. The danger of a fight between formidable beasts was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible for two humongous creatures to be unscathed as they fought in the boundless sky. The spectral dragon was severely injured, so the Oriole was not much better off. Nevertheless, the Oriole took the initiative at this moment. The higher the sky, the more powerful it was. In such a place, apart from true dragons, there were too few races that could contend with the Oriole. The spectral dragon was indeed a formidable creature, but just like how the jade phosphorus beast could not contend with the sea-splitting demonic snake in the deep sea, it could not do the same in such a sky. As the two fought, the strong wind in the sky became extremely terrifying. It was like a meat grinder. Ordinary creatures dared not approach this place at all. Otherwise, once they got close to this place, only death would await them. However, right at this moment, a figure charged straight towards this place. It was the spectral dragon. After sensing the crisis of his demonic pet, he immediately made a decision. He actually charged into the sky at the cost of taking a hit from the Furious Saber Venerable One. Needless to say, he did not only do this because he loved his demonic pet, although it was also a part of it. He had analyzed that if he only relied on his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape the Furious Saber Venerable One's pursuit. This was because the Furious Saber Venerable One's saber was fast and powerful enough. He could pull away from the Furious Saber Venerable One in a short time. But at this time, as time passed, he would definitely be caught up. The only way to truly escape the Furious Saber Venerable One's pursuit was the spectral dragon. The significance of a demonic pet was not that there was an additional demonic beast. If the demonic pet and its master cooperated well, the strength that it could unleash would definitely be terrifying. If both of them fought together, as long as they cooperated well enough, their strength could be unleashed to an extremely powerful extent. By then, not to mention escaping successfully, the spectral dragon even had the thought of killing the Furious Saber Venerable One. Therefore, at this time, he rushed into the sky without any regard for anything else. His only chance to turn the tables now was the spectral dragon. At this moment, he released all of his power, which was almost a suicidal method. Therefore, even the Furious Saber Venerable One could not catch up to him during this period. At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable suddenly understood his purpose. "Damned thing, are you trying to escape? How can I let you escape, you damned guy?" Even if he was fearless, he still didn't want to implicate Su Yan, that Oriole. Thus, he immediately pushed his speed to its limit. But in the end, he was still a step too slow. The two of them were at the same cultivation level. Although his strength suppressed the other party, it was impossible for him to completely suppress the other party. Therefore, he was unable to catch up to the Oriole at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragon Ying laughed. "Hee hee, you want to stop me? No, it's already too late for you. I will definitely kill that Oriole. After that, if possible, I will definitely kill you as well. And that precious disciple of yours will also die. Gui Longying deliberately said those words. He wanted to make the Wild Blade Venerable angry. A battle at their level was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just a contest of strength, but also a contest of mentality. At this moment, if the frenzied Blade Venerable's heart was in turmoil, be it anger or strong murderous intent, it would be a rare opportunity for him. Of course, he didn't know if the frenzied Blade Venerable would be infuriated by his words, but he was willing to try as long as there was a chance. After all, he didn't know if some things would succeed after doing them, but if he didn't do them, they wouldn't succeed for sure. Soon enough, he penetrated through layers of strong winds. At this moment, he also saw his demonic pet. The moment he saw his ghost dragon covered in injuries, his heart was filled with anger. It was his demonic pet, but it was in such a miserable state at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragon roared in excitement. He sensed the arrival of his master. If he and his master joined forces, they could definitely kill the Oriole directly. Damn beast. I'll take your life today. The Oriole's bloodline was extremely powerful. If Ghost Dragon could devour the Oriole directly after killing it, it would be greatly beneficial for his evolution. However, the frenzied Blade Venerable was behind him at this moment, so he didn't seem to have such an opportunity. But it didn't matter. Although it was a pity, it was a good thing to be able to kill the Oriole. Moreover, if he was fast enough, it would be great if he could retrieve the demon core from the Oriole's body. At this moment, his strength skyrocketed, and a pitch-black force enveloped the Oriole. The battle between the Oriole and Ghost Dragon had entered a critical period. At this moment, both the Oriole and the dragon were exhausted to the extreme. And at this moment, Ghost Dragon Ying almost didn't have the strength to resist Ghost Dragon Ying's attack. Boom! Ghost Dragon Wind's attack directly hit the Oriole. This caused the Oriole's body to tremble. Even though it tried its best to flap its wings, it couldn't help but fall down. His body fell downwards, which meant that he couldn't even control his own body. Ghost Dragon Ying, how dare you? At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable's voice sounded directly. His tone was full of anger. But how could Ghost Dragon Ying care? As long as he killed the Oriole, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Frenzied Blade, you idiot. Don't you know whether I dare to or not? Haha, you really don't want this Oriole to die, right? But I'm going to kill it right in front of you. At this time, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. His power continued to revolve. Such a terrifying power continued to revolve. Obviously, he was going to attack the Oriole again. At this time, the Oriole was in extreme pain. It was already injured to begin with, and the attack from Gui Longying earlier was even more unbearable for it. It only felt like it was going to die in the next moment. At this point, he had nowhere else to go. If it wasn't injured, it could naturally use its terrifying speed to avoid this attack. But now, its wings were extremely heavy. At this moment, he couldn't even stabilize his body. At this moment, he let out a cry of despair. It was at this moment that his emotions were directly transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness through the mysterious existence. Su Yan's physical body was almost recovered. His injuries were gradually stabilizing. As long as there was a little more time, Su Yan would be able to wake up. This made Meng Yang heave a sigh of relief. And at this time, Meng Yang began his cultivation. Since he had already made up his mind to cultivate seriously, he wouldn't give up any time. Meng Yang was a man of his word. At this time, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a connection between the demon pet and its master. At this time, the Oriole's despair was transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, the blood essence of the demonic beast's heart in Su Yan's body began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan was actually enveloped by a layer of blood light. Oriole! At this moment, the demon blood was activated. The supreme sword soul in his sea of consciousness actually burst out with endless light. The radiance that seeped out of his body gave Meng Yang a shock. Damn, Su Yan, you're a zombie. Previously, Su Yan looked like he was on the verge of death. But at this time, he actually burst out with such a powerful and terrifying aura. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Meng Yang at this time. He just said, "Wait for me to come back." At this time, a terrifying divine sword appeared in front of him. It was the Godslayer sword. Previously, the Godslayer sword wanted to invade Su Yan's sea of consciousness and then make Su Yan its scabbard. But at this time, it actually appeared and was used by Su Yan. It turned out that at the moment when Su Yan sensed the danger of the Oriole, he directly communicated with the Godslayer sword with the Supreme Sword Soul. He wanted to borrow the power of the Godslayer sword to directly tear space and then go to the Oriole's side. Even a Tao master would find it difficult to tear space apart. Only a venerable sovereign had the ability to easily tear space apart. But Su Yan knew that the Godslayer sword would definitely be able to do it. One must know that when he fought with the evil sword Cold Jade last time, countless cracks appeared in the sky. So, he believed that the Godslayer sword would definitely be able to do it. Everything had a price. The Godslayer sword didn't treat Su Yan as its master. Its will was above everything. It agreed to help because Su Yan passed his will to it through the Supreme Sword Soul, to become the scabbard. Su Yan agreed to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Using one's own body as the scabbard was a very terrifying thing. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to use Xue Xingchuan as the scabbard. Xue Xingchuan was sealed for more than 10 years because of this. Later, the evil sword Cold Jade's eyes fell on Su Yan. But at that time, Su Yan directly released the Godslayer sword from the seal of the Red Fire Sword case, and thus escaped the disaster. But at this time, he actually agreed to it willingly. Because now, he wanted to be the Oriole. Although they were only demon pets, Su Yan would never give them up so easily. At this time, the space crack appeared, and Su Yan directly entered it without hesitation. With a flash of light, Su Yan directly disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Meng Yang looked at all this and was even more shocked. Damn it, it's tearing space. This guy, how many hidden cards does he have? Chapter 748. Female Literature. At this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. How many more tricks did Su Yan have up his sleeves that he was unaware of? Isn't this guy hiding a little too many things? Just what level had his strength reached? He could actually tear space apart. However, he could vaguely guess that this had a lot to do with that strange sword. After all, he had never seen that sword before today. A Longing's attack finally erupted. At the same time, he had already reunited with Gui Longing. After reuniting with Gui Longing, the two powers began to merge. This made his attack even more terrifying. He had absolute confidence that he could kill the Oriole with this attack. Just as he had said, the frenzied blade Venerable couldn't do anything at this moment. The only thing he could do was to admire how Gui Longing had killed the Oriole. As for the frenzied blade Venerable's anger, Gui Longing didn't care about it at all. After all, he had already reunited with his beast pet. With the help of Gui Longing's speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Of course, he hadn't thought of fighting the frenzied blade Venerable to the death yet. After all, that wasn't his style. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred at this moment. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the Oriole. It was as if glass had been shattered. Then, a sword appeared out of thin air. Gui Longing frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What's going on? What's happening? Even he couldn't react at this moment. But then he immediately saw a person emerge from the crack. He immediately cried out in alarm, "How is this possible? This is a space-tearing technique." At this moment he was really terrified to the extreme. One had to know that tearing space was a powerful technique that only sovereigns could use. Sovereigns that could frighten 7 essences sovereigns were mythical existences. Although he was currently at the 4 essences realm, he clearly knew how huge the gap between him and a sovereign's was. A sovereign's wouldn't need to expend much energy to kill him. However, he didn't understand why a sovereign's would descend at this time. However, he soon got a clear look at the person who appeared. "It's not an overlord, it's you, brat." At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. Previously, he had seen Su Yan, so at this time, he directly called out Su Yan. It turned out that the one who appeared this time was not an ancestor, but a dragon realm brat. He stared at Su Yan and said directly, How could you tear space? How did you do it? That's not right. It's that sword. I understand now. There's something strange about that sword. Ghost Dragon Ying's eyes were extremely sharp. Almost at the first moment, he had already seen how terrifying the sword in Su Yan's hand was. It was also because of this that his greed immediately emerged. As a four-origin venerable, his battle prowess was already extremely formidable. However, if he could obtain that terrifying and mysterious sword, his strength would immediately increase. By then, why would he be afraid? The frenzied Saber Highness could just kill him straight away. Therefore, at this time, his greed had reached an extremely high level. A brat like you won't be able to control such a divine sword. Let me take care of it for you. He directly stretched out his hand. A huge black shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a terrifying palm formed by the condensation of his power. It possessed extremely terrifying power. At this time, a powerful light directly enveloped Su Yan. If it was the frenzied Saber Highness, he naturally wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. However, Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. What was such a person in his eyes? These so-called young geniuses were nothing more than trash before they grew up. Moreover, being able to kill such a person was something to be happy about. The spatial crack behind Su Yan disappeared, and he stood in front of Yellow Sparrow. At this time, his gaze was so cold that it was almost the same as that of Ghostface Su Yan. At this time, he directly raised the sword in his hand gently. His movements were so slow that it was as if he was a child lifting heavy steel. However, at this time, Yellow Sparrow let out an extremely uneasy sound. It was a kind of fear. However, it wasn't afraid of Ghostface's attack. It was afraid of the sword in Su Yan's hand. In this space, he felt an extremely terrifying power. The degree of the power was so terrifying that even he couldn't come into contact with it. Moreover, he had experienced this terrifying power before. Back then, when the four great demonic beasts appeared, all of them wanted to devour Su Yan. Later on, even the evil eye tyrant appeared. However, at that time, Su Yan finally took out the sword. The appearance of such a terrifying divine sword made them unable to breathe. In the end, they had no choice but to give their heart's essence and blood to Su Yan. Although it wasn't long back then, the respect they had for the sword was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yellow Sparrow originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to appear at this time. Moreover, he was holding the extremely terrifying divine sword in his hand. When he saw Su Yan, he already knew that he would be able to turn the situation around this time. However, the respect he had for the Godslayer's sword still made him tremble continuously. Gui Longing's attack finally arrived in front of Su Yan. At the next moment, it engulfed Su Yan entirely. The enormous black power drowned Su Yan's body. Yu Longying cruelly smiled. Ha, and here I thought you were something special. So it turns out that you can't even withstand a single blow. However, I'll be taking your sword, His laughter stopped abruptly at this moment. In the end, it turned into an extremely terrified sound. At this moment, his body even began to tremble. Suddenly, a mark appeared in the midst of his enormous power. The plain and cold trace was so inconspicuous at the beginning. However, in the next moment, the trace tore everything apart. The power of his attack dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a sword mark. The sword mark was so arrogant that it was as if everything in this world would be vulnerable in front of it. At this moment, Ghostface felt that his life was like a candlelight in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Go quickly. He was really afraid when he saw this. He immediately urged the ghost dragon to leave as soon as possible. However, how could he escape at this time? The spectral dragon's speed was indeed fast, but how could it compare to Su Yan's sword light? The difference was too great. The sword light flashed, and it was already not far behind him. Although it had not come into contact with this sword chi, that terrifying power had already torn his clothes, causing countless wounds to appear on his back. There was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At this moment, he was about to collapse. Under the threat of death, he made a decision. Block him, you stupid idiot, Block him for me. At this time, he actually directly used his own demon pet as his shield. Poor Ghostface. The master that he had trusted so much earlier had actually abandoned him at this moment. Don't blame me. You're just my demon pet. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed through Ghostface's heart. Was he reluctant? Of course he would. This Ghostface had been with him for decades. He was his best friend. But so what? Weren't friends used to be sold? For the sake of his own life, what was the sacrifice of a ghost dragon? As long as he could continue to live, then all of this would be worth it. The sword attack that Su Yan had unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though Gui Long was extremely powerful, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from this sword attack. His huge body was directly torn apart in front of such a powerful sword momentum. It was like a rag that was instantly shattered. Seeing his demon pet die, Ghostface's heart trembled violently. However, he was a ruthless person after all. He deeply understood that this was not the time for him to continue staying. That brat was too terrifying. He had to leave immediately. Moreover, the further the better. Without Ghostface's help, he would be in much greater danger. Even if he could escape this moment, he would still be pursued by frenzied Saber Venerable. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not intend to let him go. You can't escape. He took a step forward. This simple step shattered the space once again. At the next moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Gui Longing. How strange was that? Gui Longing immediately stopped his body. At this moment he looked at this young man. He was really afraid. This expressionless young man was simply a devil. His strength was too terrifying. Was he really a person in the dragon realm? No, it was that sword. That's a divine sword. No matter how powerful a holy sword was, it was impossible for it to reach such a level. Then, there was only one possibility. This sword was a divine sword. Go to hell. Su Yan did not give him a chance to say too much. After all, this was not his own strength, but the Godslayer swords. He used the condition of himself becoming the scabbard to use the power of the Godslayer sword. However, this kind of time could not be too long. Otherwise, under the impact of the Godslayer sword's power, he might even be torn to death. Die. This was the final judgment for Ghostface. Chapter 749. Female Literature. When the frenzied Blade Venerable arrived, he was in time to see the last scene. Ghost Dragon Ing was killed by Su Yan with a single sword strike and was cut in half. How unbelievable was this? As Meng Yang's master, he naturally knew Su Yan. Last time, they had even killed a venerable from the Limitless Demon sect together. He had a very high opinion of Su Yan. His talent was outstanding. He was young, but his realm was not low. Moreover, his combat strength was strong. More importantly, his mind was very calm, and he was also very tenacious. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from him was already very impressive. However, he never thought that Su Yan would be able to kill Ghost Dragon Ing. He still saw the scene before Ghost Dragon Ing died in his heart. This deeply shocked his heart. Even for him, it would not be so easy to kill Ghost Dragon Ing. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly moved towards Su Yan's body. When the frenzied Blade Venerable saw this, his entire body jumped. That's a divine sword. A divine sword in a scabbard. He was immediately alarmed. The Godslayer sword was clearly going to enter Su Yan's body at this moment. A powerhouse like him knew a lot of things. He deeply understood how tragic it would be if a person became a scabbard. As a senior, he could not watch Su Yan do this no matter what. Therefore, after the initial shock, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the sword and prevent it from entering Su Yan's body. However, just as his palm approached, an extremely terrifying sword chi immediately rushed over. Facing this sword chi, even the powerful frenzied Blade Venerable had no choice but to retreat. What a terrifying sword chi, what a terrifying divine sword. At this moment he finally understood why Ghost Dragon Ing was killed by Su Yan despite his realm. It was true that Su Yan was powerful, but the true power was this divine sword. Su Yan. There was nothing the frenzied Saber Venerable one could do. He could only watch as the Godslayer sword pierced Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's face was pale. However, he said to the frenzied blade venerable, "Senior, don't worry. I'm fine." His smile was so forced. It was obvious that he was in great pain. At this time, the oriole that felt its master's pain directly flew toward Su Yan. The oriole approached Su Yan's body and let Su Yan stand on its back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could sense that Su Yan had paid a huge price for him. From this moment onwards, he finally and wholeheartedly followed Su Yan, determined to become Su Yan's demon pet. For the sake of his own life, Ghost Dragon directly used his demon pet Ghost Dragon as a shield. And Su Yan, for his sake, did not hesitate to pay such a huge price. A demon beast like the oriole also had extremely high intelligence. At this time he was truly moved. "Sigh, Su Yan, you need to know that becoming a scabbard is like carrying an unbreakable curse. Perhaps you will not die a good death." The frenzied blade venerable one's expression was very solemn. Su Yan said, "Senior, this is my own choice. However, I ask Senior to help me keep it a secret." Su Yan said very calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. One had to know that if the news of him becoming a scabbard was known, then he would be in great trouble. How great was the temptation of a divine sword! When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it directly set up a trap. At that time, even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction and the sect master of the Divine Wind sect had arrived. At this time, the news of Su Yan becoming a scabbard was leaked. Then he would immediately become everyone's target. One had to know that there were only the 10 great divine swords in the entire Jojo continent. Moreover, at least 4 of the divine swords were already in a broken state and were not complete. When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it had attracted a lot of attention. After all, the frenzied blade venerable one was not an ordinary person. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "You little brat, do you understand that if I used a sword instead of a blade, I would have already made my move? However, don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Of course, you must also remember this. You must not reveal it in front of others." Su Yan knew that this senior was thinking for him. He smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. Su Yan is not a stupid person. Of course, I know the importance of this matter." In fact, Su Yan was already sighing in his heart. He had too many secrets. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Today, the frenzied blade venerable one was here. He would keep it a secret for him, but what about another day? Sooner or later his secret would be exposed. Moreover, he might not be ready to deal with everything by then. No matter what, he would not shrink back. He was still not powerful enough at the moment. If he could become as powerful as Xianxia, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, so what if everyone knew that he had a divine sword? Would anyone dare to plot against him? At the end of the day, everything in this world was built on one's strength. Only those who were truly powerful could live freely in this world without being restrained. Su Yan understood this very well. The frenzied blade venerable one did not say anything else. He knew that the young fellow had his own thoughts, and many things did not need to be repeated, especially for someone like Su Yan. He naturally had his own mind and judgment. After all, not everyone was as brainless as his disciple. Nevertheless, he began to have a headache when he mentioned his disciple. If that lazy fella could be more diligent, his cultivation base would not be like this. I really don't know what to do with that mischievous boy. However, he did not know that after this incident, Meng Yang had begun to make up his mind to cultivate hard. The oriole carried Su Yan directly toward the warship. On the other hand, in the deep sea, the sea-splitting demonic snake finally killed the jade phosphorus beast and began to devour its body. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once devoured a void beast, and its strength had become extremely powerful and terrifying. If it devoured the jade phosphorus beast this time, its bloodline would become even more powerful. Su Yan, who had received this news, was relieved. Whether it was the oriole or the sea-splitting demonic snake, since they had become his demon pets, he would not give them up. In order to catch the oriole, he even chose to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. At this time, he had completely calmed down. He remembered clearly that the second elder of the boundless demon sects Ghost-Killing Hall, Ghost Fork, had become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. After becoming the scabbard, all his will was the will of the evil sword Cold Jade. What a terrifying thing this was. Now, what he was most afraid of was that he would be like Ghost Fork and forget himself in the end. This was not the ending he wanted. However, although the Godslayer sword had entered his body at this time, his will did not change because of it. Su Yen understood that this must be related to the regal sword soul in his body. The magical regal sword codex had brought him to this world, and at the same time, it had allowed him to survive one crisis after another. Su Yen had always believed that everything in this world had its own unique meaning and mission. Even a blade of grass was like this, and the regal sword codex was so powerful, so it was even more so. It was just that until now, Su Yen still did not know the meaning of the regal sword soul's existence. However, it did not matter. As long as he did not die, as long as he could live, he would know sooner or later. The aureole fell directly from the sky, and then staggered into the warship. At this time, there was one more person on the warship, and that was Mu Tianxing. Bai Tianqing was defeated by her in the end. However, Bai Tianqing was, after all, a member of the royal sect, and Mu Tianxing's strength had reached its limit. If she wanted to kill him, Mu Tianxing would have to pay a certain price, so she gave up in the end and let Bai Tianqing go. However, although Bai Tianqing survived, he was in a miserable state. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Mu Tianxing. More importantly, his monster pet, the Jade Phosphorus Beast, was directly killed and devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. To him, this was an extremely huge blow. The Jade Phosphorus Beast was extremely important to him. The Jade Phosphorus Beast was inseparable from the fact that his cultivation had reached such a level. But now, the Jade Phosphorus Beast had died in an incomparably miserable way. Everything had been devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yen landed on the warship and immediately half-knelt on the deck. His body was too heavy. After all, the power of the Godslayer sword was too terrifying. This powerful pressure was almost more terrifying than his 3 hearts releasing at the same time. He directly ordered the aureole to leave by himself and heal himself carefully. Of course, he also gave the demonic core of the ghost dragon to the aureole. Although he couldn't devour the ghost dragon's entire body, he still obtained the most important demon core. The aureole had narrowly escaped death this time, but once he could digest what he obtained this time, his strength would increase even more. Although the benefits he obtained could not be compared to the sea-splitting demonic snake, it was still extremely great. Seeing Su Yen in such a state, Mu Tianxing directly came over. "Su Yen, are you okay?" At this time, Meng Yang also ran over and said directly, "That's great. You're actually still alive." Su Yen took a deep breath to stabilize his condition. However, at this time, he suddenly said, "There seems to be one person missing on the warship. Where's Feng Yueshan?" Chapter 750. Female Literature. Where's Feng Yueshan? Su Yen asked again. At this time, Meng Yang said, he was taken away by Rosen. Meng Yang didn't know Feng Yueshan at all, and Feng Yueshan himself was a member of the Devil's Doctrine, so he didn't care much about Feng Yueshan. Therefore, when Rosen wanted to take him away, he was almost too lazy to stop him. Anyway, in his opinion, it was just a dog-eat-dog matter, and it had nothing to do with him, Rosen. But he didn't expect that Su Yen would be so concerned about this matter. Hearing that he was taken away by Rosen, Su Yen frowned tightly. He promised Feng Yueshan to protect his safety. However, not long after he finished speaking, he was directly taken away. Although this matter was definitely not Su Yan's fault. After all, at that time, he fell into a coma and couldn't protect himself. Moreover, he also understood the thoughts of Meng Yang and the others at that time. "Rosen, what is this guy going to do?" He pondered for a while, and finally said, "No, I promised to protect Feng Yueshan, so I absolutely can't let him be taken away by Rosen. No matter what, I have to try to save him." Su Yan's tone was calm, but it was extremely firm. Meng Yang knew that since Su Yen said so, he would never change his mind. Of course, at this time, he didn't want to persuade him anymore. Well, you have a good rest first. When your injury is better, we'll go save him together. At this time, Mu Tianxing also said, Su Yan, since Rosen didn't kill Fang Yueshan on the spot, it means that he needs Fang Yueshan, so I think Fang Yueshan will be fine for a while. Meng Yang continued, that's right, I don't think that Luo Sen would have the guts to do such a thing. Not to mention, your body is so abnormal, you won't be able to recover for long. With your current appearance, you can't even walk properly, so how can you save people? At this time, Su Yan sighed. He naturally understood that these two people were right, and he could only do so at this time. Don't worry, I understand. I won't be reckless. He also knew his own situation. At this time, his body was still in a mess. When the three hearts were beating at their peak, the sudden appearance of ghost-face Su Yan, as well as the god-punishing sword that had already entered his body, was a huge problem for him. Now, he had to immediately understand his own situation. Of course, he didn't have any fighting strength at the moment. Just as Meng Yang said, if he went to look for Rosen at this time, let alone whether he could find him, even if Rosen was standing in front of him, so what? How could he be a match for Rosen at this time? That guy probably didn't even need to lift a hand to kill him. Okay, Meng Yang, help me. I want to go back and sleep, Suyan said. At this time, he was really sleepy. It was a kind of fatigue that came from the depths of his mind. As soon as this fatigue appeared, it immediately made his entire body feel extremely fatigued. Previously, he was holding on with all his strength. However, when this strength dissipated, his entire person was dispirited in an instant. Rosen carried Fang Yueshan and kept moving forward. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Obviously, he was in a very good mood at this time. Hee, Fang Yueshan, I really didn't expect that you would be Fang Wuhui's descendant. How could someone like you be Fang Wuhui's descendant? He said softly. Although he was asking, he obviously didn't intend to pay attention to Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan was almost unknown in the demon sect. His cultivation wasn't strong, and he didn't have any courage. He just guarded his own worship and lived a quiet life. But if one were to mention the name Fang Wuhui, the entire Limitless Demon Sect would probably know him. The Limitless Demon Sect had experienced countless years of ups and downs in the 9 provinces. The Demon Sect had its glory and naturally had its decline. Around 1,200 years ago, the Limitless Demon Sect had already fallen to an extremely low level. At that time, the Limitless Demon Sect was suppressed by the Righteous faction. At that time, the Limitless Demon Sect was so miserable that it almost fell out of the 10 great sects. The Righteous faction directly attacked the Limitless Demon Sect's mountain gate. If not for the appearance of Fang Wuhui, the Limitless Demon Sect would have been eliminated from the 9 provinces by now. Fang Wuhui was a disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the Righteous faction, King Tai. Of course, at that time, he wasn't called Fang Wuhui, but Fang Yuluo. At a young age, he had outstanding talent and was a genius of King Tai. Such a genius naturally had to participate in the encirclement of the demon sect. Originally, everything was very normal, but an accident happened to this young man. He fell in love with a witch of the Limitless Demon Sect. The two of them fell in love and even had a child of their own. For this woman, Fang Yuluo was even prepared to leave King Tai. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was an even more terrifying place. People in the cultivation world were helpless. He was a disciple of King Tai. How could he leave just because he wanted to? King Tai quickly found out about this matter. How could a Righteous faction disciple have an illicit relationship with a witch of the Limitless Demon Sect? Despite Fang Yuluo's protection, King Tai's experts still made a move. His wife was directly beheaded and her corpse was hung at the entrance of the Limitless Demon Sect. At that moment, Fang Yuluo's entire person collapsed. King Tai's headmaster gave him a chance to let go of the past and return to the King Tai. After all, he was a first-rate genius. But at this time, how could he accept such a fate? In his anger, he directly killed the elder who had called for him to return to the sect. He swore that as long as it was someone from King Tai, he would kill them on sight. He was a genius to begin with. King Tai's techniques had been cultivated to an extremely powerful level. His wife was the limitless demon sect's holy maiden, so he knew about the limitless demon sect's demonic techniques. Originally, he still remembered his identity as a righteous faction disciple, so he never touched the demonic techniques. However, after his wife's death, he only felt hatred for this world. So, he turned to the demonic path without any scruples. From then on, King Tai's disciple Fang Yuluo no longer existed in this world. Instead, it was the murderous demon Fang Wuhui. He cultivated both the righteous faction and the demonic faction's powerful techniques. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he directly reached the sovereign realm. The powerful King Tai suffered heavy losses under his crazy revenge. It was rumored that this powerful Fang Wuhui even directly killed his way into King Tai's ancestral hall. Of course, in the end he still fell, and the whereabouts of his descendants were unknown. But it was precisely because of his strong killing that King Tai began to wither. It was said that in the great battle that year, almost dozens of King Tai's venerables fell. Among them, there were 2 sovereigns and 5 holy venerables. Fang Wuhui was definitely a fierce person. Later, it was said that this fierce person did not actually die in King Tai, but escaped from inside. He even brought out one of King Tai's most precious treasures, the Taishin bead. The Taishin bead was a divine artifact. Although it did not have extremely terrifying killing power like the divine sword, its value was above the divine sword. It had endless magical uses. In the past, King Tai was able to suppress all the sects and become the leader of the top 10 sects because of the Taishin bead. In this era, although King Tai was still in the top 10 sects, it was already at the bottom. It was on the verge of collapse, and it might even be kicked out of the top 10 sects. Rosen heard this rumor in the past. Not long ago, he began to search for the Taishin bead and inadvertently learned that Fang Yueshan was actually a descendant of Fang Wuhui. That was why he directly took action. Since he was a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he must know something about the things left behind by Fang Wuhui. After some investigation, he had already grasped some information. If he could get some information from Fang Yueshan, then he believed that he would not be far from the treasure left behind by the powerful Emperor Realm expert. Fang Yueshan, I advise you to tell me about this matter. You should know that if you don't tell me this news, then you will die a miserable death. Furthermore, I will find out about this news in the end. My ghost-killing hall is best at obtaining information from the mouths of the dead. Rosen directly threatened. What he said was not wrong. The ghost-killing hall had an extremely powerful ability to control the soul. As long as Fang Yueshan knew about this news, then no matter how hard his mouth was, he would still have a way to get information from Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed. Rosen, I know you are a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Many people even think that you will be the second ghost fork. You've always been a swift and decisive person. If you only wanted to know some information, you wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with me. However, since you didn't attack my soul at this time, it means that you're afraid of something. Fang Yueshan continued, let me guess, since you already have some clues about Fang Wuhui, then I'm afraid you also know some information. For example, some things are related to my soul, and once my soul is damaged, you will no longer be able to obtain what you want, am I right? At this time, Rosen's expression became even colder, because what Fang Yueshan said was right. This Fang Yueshan actually hit the nail on the head and directly saw through this matter. This guy was indeed worthy of being a descendant of Fang Wuhui. You are a smart guy. But believe me, if Luosin wants something, then I will definitely get it. Chapter 751. Female Literature. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already understood one thing, that is, no matter what he said, it was useless. A person like Rosen, who was as cunning as a fox and very cruel, would definitely not have a good end if he fell into his hands. But of course, he was unwilling to tell the secret in his heart. After all, it was a secret that belonged to the Fang family. For this secret, the Fang family had been guarding it for generations. Although Fang Yueshan and his father thought that it was just nonsense, they still passed down this secret. 1,000 years was a long time, passed down generation after generation. Even if this treasure itself had no meaning, this secret had its unique value. In the past 3,000 years, Perhaps Feng Wuhui had killed too many people, so the Feng family suffered retribution. Their family did not have a first-class genius, and it was precisely because of this reason that the Feng family finally disappeared in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, Rosen was actually able to find him. His means were also very powerful. At this time, Feng Yueshan suddenly had an unrealistic thought, that is, Su Yan will come to save him. After all, Su Yan said that as long as he did not die, he would definitely protect him. However, he quickly tossed this unrealistic thought aside. He, Feng Yueshan, when did you become so naive? How can such a promise be trusted? What's more, the current Su Yan, even if he wants to save me, he can't. Even if he believed that Su Yan was a man of his words, he knew that Su Yan was injured at this time. When Meng Yang carried him back, Su Yan was unconscious and almost died immediately. How could Su Yan save him in this state? What's more, Wang Baichuan and the others had allowed Luo Xin to take him away without any obstruction. From this, it could be seen that in these people's hearts, Luo Xin was just an insignificant character. He believed that if Su Yan was awake at that time, he would definitely save him. But now that he was kidnapped by Rosen, even if Su Yan woke up, he would probably be too lazy to save him. In a fit of helplessness, Feng Yueshan fell unconscious again. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect had already started searching for Rosen at Su Yan's request. In this battle with the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan had contributed greatly. After he told Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan of his wish, they happily agreed. Then, the two of them made requests to the Taihang Sword factions Xue Xingchuan and the Blazing Flame sects Qiu Zifan, and the order was passed down. The disciples of the two great sects immediately began to search for Luo Sen's whereabouts. Very soon, the locations where Luo Sen had appeared and where he might have gone were continuously reported to them. This time, he slept for 3 days and 2 nights. For Su Yan, sleeping was the best way to heal his injuries. The 3 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance at this time, beating peacefully in his body at the same time. This was a good signal. At least at this time, this power was under Su Yan's control. Moreover, after the Godslayer's sword entered his body, it didn't cause any disturbances. It was as if it just wanted to find a place to sleep. This made Su Yan feel a lot more at ease. After all, this thing was simply too powerful. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it wanted to change Su Yan's consciousness at this time, it would definitely cause another terrifying battle in his sea of consciousness. Although Su Yan's sea of consciousness had already formed a strange phenomenon, Su Yan was still very wary of this godly sword. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. However, for safety's sake, after he woke up, his divine sense continued to sweep through his sea of consciousness. In the end, he discovered that the Godslayer's sword had entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. There, the revered sword soul was quietly existing, and the Godslayer's sword was actually next to it. This was a strange scene, but Su Yan didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, the Godslayer's sword was now a lord to him. He didn't have the ability to fight against it, so at this time, he could only let it be. However, at this juncture, he discovered something. The seal on Darkness, Holy Man, and Extreme Ice seemed to have loosened. It was obvious that these 2 guys had woken up. However, when Su Yan's divine sense swept through them, they remained in a state of deep sleep. I really didn't expect these 2 guys to wake up. However, looking at them now, I know that these 2 guys are definitely up to no good. Su Yan sighed, but he didn't care about these 2 guys anymore. For the current him, these 2 guys couldn't pose a threat to him for the time being. There were many things that needed to be prepared for a rainy day, but now was not the time. Since his body was fine, he woke up from this false state of deep sleep. Now, he needed to track down Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen wanted to make things difficult for Feng Yueshan. After all, although the 2 of them were both disciples of the Devil sect, they were not people of the same world. Rosen was a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, while Feng Yueshan seemed to be just a small fish waiting to die. This analogy was suitable. If the 2 of them had interacted, then the dragon naturally wouldn't mind eating this small fish. But in fact, the 2 of them didn't have any interactions at all. However, at this time, the dragon came specially to eat this small fish. There was always a reason behind everything, let alone a person like Lawson. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Rosen must be up to something. Even if it wasn't for Fang Yueshan, Su Yan felt that he needed to know what this guy was doing. After all, he and Rosen were destined to be enemies. If there was a chance, Rosen wouldn't mind killing him. Of course, he was the same. Since they were enemies, it was necessary to know what the enemy was doing. Of course, it would be even better if he could disrupt the enemy's actions. After Su Yan woke up, he immediately sent a message to Feng Yuhai, hoping that he could give him useful information. In fact, Feng Yuhai didn't disappoint him. A disciple of the Taihang sword faction finally saw Rosen carrying a person in the direction of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a dangerous place in the world of the 9 provinces. When that place appeared, there were no clear records in the world of the 9 provinces. Su Yan directly asked Mu Tianxing, "Sister Mu, do you know if anything big happened there?" Since the Dark Abyss was a forbidden area, why did Rosen go there? There was only one reason, and that was because there was something he wanted there. And this thing might be related to some things in history. Mu Tianxing frowned, and then she said, "It seems that nothing big happened, but if I remember correctly, about 3,000 years ago, there was a small-scale battle there. At that time, King Tai's traitor, Fang Wuhui, directly killed their elder there." Su Yan's eyes lit up. Fang Wuhui, Fang Yueshan, I roughly understand some things, but these are all my guesses. Now, I have to go there immediately. Now, the Oriole was severely injured, and the sea-splitting demonic snake was still in a deep sleep. However, this didn't matter. After all, he was a man with 4 demon pets. Of course, he didn't want to summon another demon pet in front of everyone. After all, it was already an extremely shocking thing for him to have 2 demon pets. If others knew that he had other demon pets, it would make everyone jealous. Although some things had to be known sooner or later, in his subconscious mind, it was better to wait a little longer. Su Yan directly spread his dragon wings and left. At this time, his fire dragon's power had been exhausted, so his wings were covered in black. This was the real devil dragon's wings. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and he directly went to the distance. Meng Yang originally wanted to follow Su Yan, but in the end, he gave up. Because now he was very clear about one thing, and that was that Su Yan's strength was already above his. Now that he followed Su Yan, he might become a burden to Su Yan. He directly went to find the Frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable was barefoot on the deck, basking in the sun. Fighting was a very difficult thing, so after the battle, he naturally wanted to enjoy life. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this time, Meng Yang directly walked over. Then, he said to the Frenzied Blade Venerable, "Let's go, we should leave here." This time, Meng Yang's voice was very calm and even a little low. The way he spoke made the Frenzied Blade Venerable very uncomfortable. Shouldn't his disciple be a joker? Why was he speaking so low at this time? He was really not used to such a voice. "Meng Yang, you little brat, what did you just say?" He felt that he must have been hallucinating. How could Meng Yang, a born joker, speak like this? "I said we should leave." Leave for what? He felt that his brain was not enough to understand. Did his disciple go crazy? This was not a good thing. For the rest of his life, he was still counting on his disciple to take care of him when he was old. If his disciple went crazy, what should he do? Meng Yang looked at his master snappily, then suddenly thought, "I'm such a joker, and this old man must be closely related to me." Chapter 752. Female Literature. This was an extremely dangerous place in the continent. Legend had it that this was the homeland of the underworld race. But later on, the underworld race suddenly disappeared from this world, and this place was cursed by them. Because of the curse, this place was unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Very few people were willing to enter this place, because according to legend, anyone who entered this place would not have a good ending. Most people died inside. And even if they didn't die inside, after coming out, they would contract a strange disease and eventually die. The most famous case was that a paragon had entered this place in the past. In the end, he successfully walked out of the dark abyss alive. When he first came out, he was fine, only slightly injured. But 3 months later, this paragon actually committed suicide. After his death, his body strangely began to turn black, and then began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the curse even more terrifying. After all, that paragon was not someone who had just stepped into the paragon realm. He was a 5 essences paragon. Back then, he had entered the dark abyss to find an opportunity to break through to the 6 essences realm and become a Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Even a 5 essences paragon had died. Who else would have the guts to enter this place? However, Su Yan had looked through some information during the past few days of recuperation. This information was related to Fang Yueshan. No, to be more precise, it was related to Fang Yueshan's ancestor, Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui had directly announced that he had left King Tai, and then began to brandish his butcher's knife to kill King Tai's people. Here, he had completely degenerated into a demon. Fang Yueshan was nothing more than a hoodlum, eating and waiting for death to come. Rosen had absolutely no reason to attack him, so it was obvious that he had done it for Fang Wuhui. For someone as powerful as Fang Wuhui, his methods were definitely extraordinary. Thus, Su Yan believed that even if Fang Wuhui had died, he would have left something behind. Although there were very few records about him, Su Yan could see that he was a person who was very affectionate. He was deeply in love with his wife. He was one of King Tai's most outstanding disciples, and had an incomparably beautiful future. But for the sake of his wife, it was obvious that he was willing to give up everything. It was impossible for such a person not to make arrangements for his descendants. In summary, he must have left something for his descendants in the dark abyss. Lawson didn't know where he got this information from and deduced it. Furthermore, since he had kidnapped Fang Yueshan, it meant that Fang Yueshan was of some use to him. Now, I can only hope that Fang Yueshan is smart enough. However, Fang Yueshan was a smart person. He was very clear about this. That was why he felt that he still had hoped to rescue Fang Yueshan. The 9 regions continent was vast and boundless. Even if Su Yan directly flew over with the demonic dragon wings, it would take a lot of time. More importantly, although he had already recovered, he had yet to reach his peak. Although he had defeated Rosen several times, he had to admit that Rosen was a tricky opponent. Moreover, he had the demonic god armor. It was a very powerful armor. After equipping the armor, Lawson's strength would soar. Even if Su Yan's realm had increased again, he did not dare to say that he could defeat him. At this moment, Su Yan began to summon his other powerful demon beast, the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger was the same as the blood-winged flying dragon. They were both powerful demon beasts that were extremely close to sacred beasts. Its strength was stronger than the sea-splitting demonic snake and the yellow sparrow. To put it bluntly, even if the yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake joined forces, they might not be a match for the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Therefore, in the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to summon the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Because they were too powerful. Their existence would strongly stimulate the demon beast blood essence in Su Yan's body. The demon beast blood essence was of great benefit to Su Yan. However, there was always a limit to everything. When the demon beast blood essence was completely stimulated, his strength would reach its peak. And this strength would definitely exceed Su Yan's current limit. If that was the case, then Su Yan would probably have to pay a huge price. Just like this time, when the power of the 3 hearts was stimulated at the same time and exceeded Su Yan's current limit, it actually allowed Ghostface Su Yan to be born. Su Yan had once killed a version of himself in the evil sword Cold Jade's small world. However, Ghostface Su Yan and the other version of himself at that time were different concepts. The other version of himself at that time was a copy of Su Yan. Their strength was almost the same. However, Ghostface Su Yan was not. Ghostface Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. He could directly kill a venerable, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the conditions for his existence were even more harsh. However, no matter how harsh it was, since he had already appeared once, then he would definitely appear again the next time. Regarding this, Su Yan was very sure. When Su Yan flew to an extremely high place, the double-winged heavenly tiger's body directly appeared. Su Yan's realm continued to increase, which was also beneficial to his demon pet. Of course, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was far above Su Yan's, so Su Yan's realm increase did not benefit it as much as imagined. However, it was finally able to increase its strength a little. One had to know that at the double-winged heavenly tiger's realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. It was indeed very close, or even infinitely close to a holy beast, but perhaps it would never become a holy beast in this lifetime. However, the increase in Su Yan's realm gave it hope. And Su Yan's strength continued to increase, especially after he reached the venerable realm. The increase in strength of the double-winged heavenly tiger would become even more obvious. Su Yan directly landed on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was stronger than Oriole and the others, so it was easier for it to communicate with Su Yan. "Powerful master, where do you want to go?" The reason why the double-winged heavenly tiger had submitted back then was because of the strength of the Godslayer sword. If it had not chosen to submit at that time, then it would have died. Under the threat of death, it had no choice but to do so. However, at this time, it did not have that rejection in its heart. After all, not to mention other things, Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly. And as long as Su Yan's strength continued to increase, its realm might continue to increase. This was what it wanted to see the most. Su Yan said, "You should know about the dark abyss, right? Let's go there." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, it immediately looked very surprised. Even if it was only a ferocious beast, it also knew how terrifying the dark abyss was. After all, it was not only a forbidden area for humans, but also for powerful beasts. In that place, there was an extremely terrifying curse. Not only human powerhouses, but even powerful beasts were the same when they entered. Not many beasts could resist the invasion of this curse. However, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger could not go against Su Yan's will. So at this time, it roared without hesitation and flew directly into the sky. The eternal dark abyss had existed for a long time. There were mountains everywhere in that area, but only this place seemed to have collapsed directly. Rumor had it that there was an extremely terrifying curse here. Rumor had it that as long as one stepped into this place, they would embark on the path of death. No one knew how long it had been since anyone dared to take a step into this place. But today, there was actually a guest here. This is the dark abyss. This is really an unpleasant place. Back then your ancestor fell here. He directly killed King Tai's powerhouses and then began to step into the devil's path. Only such a man is worthy of living in this world. Compared to him, you incompetent juniors are really too weak. Rosen ridiculed mercilessly. However, along the way, Fang Yueshan did not speak, not even a sigh. Rosen was not angry because there was no need for it. In the end, he was the victor and he would control everything. Now that he had arrived at this place, it meant that he was even closer to victory. He stood at the intersection of this dark road, feeling the power that floated out from it. This power was really terrifying. He actually felt a sense of trepidation standing here. However, he never believed in the nonsense of curses. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself because he had the Devil God armor. This Devil God armor was bestowed to him by the First Elder. At that time, he had a superstitious worship for the First Elder. However, when the First Elder of Divine Devil Island appeared directly and was about to eat his body, he already knew that the First Elder did not have good intentions towards him. If it was not for the help of the fairy from Divine Devil Island, he was afraid that he would have become a walking corpse by now. From that moment on, he swore that he must become stronger until he could kill the First Elder. He wanted to control the entire limitless demon sect. This was Rosen's ambition. This time, he found that the inheritance of Fang Wuhui could help him, allowing him to achieve his goal faster. As for whether Fang Yueshan would die or not, it was not within his scope of consideration. As long as he could achieve his goal, Fang Yueshan's life and death had nothing to do with him. He was that selfish. However, humans were selfish by nature. Finally, he got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and stepped directly into it. Chapter 753. Female Literature. The abyss was filled with faint wails. It was as if a person was about to die. Even Rosen felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. You think you can scare me with this? Rosen was obviously disdainful of these. Right now, he was extremely determined. In order to increase his strength, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had the demon god armor. Once he realized that something was wrong, it would not be difficult. He immediately put on the demon god armor. Even the curse of such a mysterious place would not be able to do anything to him. Rosen walked for a long time with the Feng Yueshan empty. Everything around him was so quiet. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on water. However, at this moment, eyes appeared in the darkness one after another. These eyes stared fixedly at him, as if countless evil spirits were crazily roaring and shouting. It was a terrifying and frightening scene. It was as if they would suddenly appear and tear Rosen's body apart. Rosen was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was sure that he had not seen this kind of creature anywhere else. His eyes were filled with disgust. Due to the appearance of this kind of creature, there was an additional aura that made him very unhappy. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power surged out. When this power appeared, it spread out like a wave. After coming into contact with this wave, those creatures began to die directly. It turned out that it was a mysterious plant. However, this plant actually had its own life. They could move, and there were pairs of eyes at the top of the plant. Moreover, they would emit a foul smell. He quickly killed these plants, but at this moment, the foul smell wafting from the plants made him very unhappy. Rosen had no choice but to speed up. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a long whip, and it lashed at Rosen fiercely. When the long whip was waved, there was an intense sound of the air being torn apart. Rosen could naturally tell at this moment. A cold light surged from his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. "Get out of my way." Although he didn't know what it wasn't important. What was important was that he was very unhappy now. The appearance of these damn things made him feel like he was going crazy. Demon God armament. At this moment, the surface of his body began to change. Finally, the devil god armament appeared on the surface of his body. There was a crimson light in his eyes. Under the gaze of this light, he saw everything clearly. The whip was just another type of plant. On the outside, the plants were just decorations that didn't matter much. However, in this place, these plants possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. "How troublesome," he muttered under his breath. Then he pressed his palm down forcefully. At this moment, an endless amount of power gushed out and turned into endless flames. The flames started to spread in front of him. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed immediately. At this moment, he looked coldly at Feng Yueshan and said, "Do you see that? This is true power. You're simply tarnishing your ancestors' names." Rosen said proudly. In fact, he was qualified to do so. With the help of the devil god armament, his body was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The mysterious power of the fiend god armament was constantly tempering his body. And when this kind of tempering reached the extreme, his strength would undergo another evolution. At that time, his power would be unimaginable. When he thought of his current state, he felt extremely pleased with himself. He was the most powerful person in the world. He would become the dominator. When his power reached a certain level, he would find the divine demon island again and take that woman out. Then he would make her his wife. However, a person soon appeared in front of him. It was Su Yan. This kid, I wonder if he died last time. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were both present and that he wanted to take Feng Yueshan away, he would definitely have made a move. However, now that he thought about it, it did not matter anymore. It did not matter even if Su Yan was still alive. No, this was even better. After all, he had to take revenge for his humiliation. If Su Yan died just like that, wouldn't he lose some fun? He firmly believed that he would be able to gain enough benefits from this operation. Once he gained benefits, what was Su Yan to him? Such a person was never worthy of being his opponent. The flames continued to move forward. Fang Yueshan's eyes flickered. Although he did not say anything, he had to admit that the guy in front of him did have the qualifications to be arrogant. As expected of an elite of the ghost-killing hall. He even believed that the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was not as strong as Rosen. The strength of the enemy was not a good thing for him. The hope in his heart became more and more uncertain. Rosen was like a king of destruction. Wherever he went, everything would be swept away. His terrifying power disregarded everything and directly tore everything apart. He was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon from the Shura. He continued to move forward, his eyes exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just as he was charging forward, Su Yen and the double-winged sky tiger finally arrived outside the dark abyss. The double-winged sky tiger did not land. He was just floating in the air. His eyes were filled with light. It was an extremely vigilant light. "Master, are we really going to enter? I can feel a very terrifying aura. If we enter, we will die." He directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yen. Su Yen did not say anything. Of course, he knew that the double-winged sky tiger was not lying. He believed that there was definitely something powerful inside. Even the double-winged sky tiger could not contend against such an existence. However, since he had come here, there was no reason to leave halfway. He directly said, "Double-winged sky tiger, you stay here. I'll go in alone." After a short moment of thought, Su Yen directly made this decision. "No, my master, I'll go in with you. You must understand that your life is our life. If you die, we won't be able to continue living." The double-winged sky tiger's words were very straightforward. This made Su Yen feel somewhat helpless. He naturally understood what the double-winged sky tiger meant. Su Yen might die inside alone. If it followed him, it would at least have a chance to escape. However, Su Yen did not think so. He directly rejected the double-winged sky tiger's opinion and said, "I think you should also sense that the existence inside is powerful beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, if you follow me in, I'm afraid only death will await you. Moreover, you are indeed stronger than me, but your aura is too obvious. In a place like this, the more obvious one's aura is, the more dangerous it is. However, I can completely seal my aura. Moreover, if you are outside, I will have an additional layer of insurance. Therefore, this matter is decided." Su Yen explained and comforted the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger finally agreed. It also knew that Su Yen was right. It was indeed stronger than Su Yen, but at the same time, it would be easier to provoke those powerful existences after entering. After all, the territorial awareness of monster beasts was very strong. If there were any powerful existences in the dark abyss, then the double-winged sky tiger's rash intrusion into their territory would be a provocation to them. At this time, he let out a slight roar of unwillingness and finally gave up his insistence. "Although it's outside the dark abyss, you still have to pay attention to your concealment. Don't expose yourself so easily." With that, Su Yen directly stepped into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was a very vast place, so Su Yen did not step into the place where Rosen had entered. Otherwise, Rosen's barbaric path would have brought a lot of convenience to Su Yen. This is really an ominous place. At this moment, a faint radiance began to appear in his eyes. This was his blood dragon pupil and Oriole's eyes of truth. Because the blood dragon pupil had a dragon soul, it had a special effect. As his strength continued to increase, in the last battle, he directly obtained the Oriole's eyes of truth. These two talents were stacked together, causing Su Yan's eyes to become even more powerful, allowing him to see through even more things. At this moment, a shadow directly appeared in his life. That shadow silently tried to assassinate Su Yan. Of course, this kind of assassination was not in Su Yan's eyes. What surprised him was that this shadow actually had a life of its own. At this moment, he suddenly cried out in alarm. "This is a shadow creature." When he was in the Taihang sword faction, he spent a lot of time reading books. There was an ancient record of shadow creatures in an ancient book. These special creatures were not common, but they were very dangerous. A long time ago, shadow creatures were very rampant, but they would not attack ordinary people. Their targets were those with powerful cultivations. Of course, they were like inner demons. They would only appear when powerful cultivators were very weak. It was just that a long time ago, these shadow creatures seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 754. Female Literature. As time passed, many people had forgotten about the shadow creatures. Just like how they had forgotten about the evil-eyed tyrant and the demon race. Humans had always been forgetful creatures. Perhaps it wasn't just humans. All in all, everything would be buried deep in the river of history. Of course, there would always be some people who would remember everything. If Su Yan didn't have the eye of truth, then this shadow creature might be a little troublesome. Unfortunately, Su Yan was now far more powerful than before. His existence was simply the natural nemesis of the shadow creatures. Therefore, even though the shadow creature was incomparably powerful, it couldn't do anything in front of Su Yan at all. The instant the shadow creature approached Su Yan directly attacked. His power surged and swept out, directly strangling the shadow creature to death. I actually encountered a shadow creature here. This is really interesting. I wonder what else exists here. I hope this place will bring me a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's gaze changed, revealing an extremely wise light. After killing the shadow creatures, he went straight into the depths of the abyss. Shadow creatures didn't exist alone, so Su Yan had already killed many shadow creatures along the way. However, the shadow creatures he killed were all terrifyingly weak. In front of Su Yan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, when Su Yan was extremely deep, he finally encountered a powerful opponent. This shadow creature was surrounded by 9 halos. The existence of these halos made this shadow creature look exceptionally powerful. If it wasn't for the Eye of Truth and the Blood Dragon pupil to rely on, Su Yan would have had no choice but to face this creature. It was very powerful. According to Su Yan's estimation, its battle strength had reached the realm of the 8 dragons venerable. Of course, realm didn't represent battle strength. Although many people had reached the same realm, their battle strength was far from being able to keep up. However, the shadow creature in front of him was absolutely the opposite. Its battle strength was above its realm. Moreover, the shadow creature was illusory and real, making it even more powerful. This was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. When the shadow creature approached, Su Yan felt a sense of oppression. That was the powerful pressure of the shadow creatures. This was an existence similar to a negative halo. You're courting death. Facing such an existence, Su Yan would not be polite at all. His scorching sun sword appeared, and a crimson glow appeared within the sword chi. When Su Yan circulated the sword chi, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the scorching sun sword seemed to be different from before. Although the difference was not obvious, as the owner of the sword, he could clearly sense the changes in the sword. The fusion between his sword chi and the scorching sun sword had become even more tacit. This was definitely a good sign. This meant that his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, the corners of his mouth moved, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although the fusion of sword chi had only deepened a little, it also meant that his sword chi would become more unrestrained and his strength would become more stable. Of course, this was not the only benefit. This also meant that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved. Ever since he obtained the scorching sun sword from Ugly Uncle, and then when he had enough strength to use this sword had accompanied him through countless dangers. Moreover, as Su Yan continued to use it, this sword seemed to have begun to evolve on its own. Although the evolution was really slow, Su Yan was very sure that this sword was definitely changing. This was definitely a good sign. Su Yan directly slashed down with his sword. The dense sword slashed down, and a blazing light shone directly. At this moment, the shadow creature directly erupted with another halo. The ring of light appeared between Su Yan and the shadow creature, and actually managed to block the attack. The halo that had suddenly appeared was completely out of place in this environment. This was the first time Su Yan had fought with such a high-level shadow creature, and it was also the first time he had seen such an attack method. Just as Su Yan's strength was about to clash, the halo directly became illusory, and then in the next moment, It actually passed through Su Yan's sword chi and smashed towards Su Yan's body. Interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his Scorching Sun Sword, but he did not want to withdraw his Scorching Sun Sword. The Crimson Sword chi continued to slash towards the shadow creature. At the same time, he directly raised his other hand and then forcibly grabbed the halo in his hand. When the halo crashed into Su Yan's hand, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force, as if it was going to directly cut Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's expression turned cold, and he directly shouted coldly, and then suddenly slapped down with a powerful force. At this moment, the halo was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's palm fiercely slapped down, and it was as if a violent wind directly swept up at this moment. The shadow creature was suddenly flipped over. And it was also at that moment that Su Yan's sword abruptly descended. If this sword landed, this shadow creature would be directly cut in half. How powerful was Su Yan's sword, and how fast was its speed? If it was an ordinary person, how could they dodge Su Yan's sword? Unfortunately, Su Yan's opponent now was not an ordinary person, but a strange shadow creature. Just as his sword chi directly descended, the shadow creature actually strangely twisted. Although its twisting speed could no longer keep up with the speed of Su Yan's sword, it still allowed it to directly dodge Su Yan's attack at the most critical moment. Of course, it still paid a price for this sword. One of its arms was directly chopped off. Then, its body suddenly floated backward. It was like a kite floating in the air. Su Yan looked at this guy, and a light burst out in his eyes again. This guy's strength really exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Of course, its survivability shocked Su Yan even more. At such a close distance, it was actually still able to dodge Su Yan's sword. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but this shadow creature did it. This was already an extremely amazing thing. But this was nothing. So what if it did it? It was still destined to die today. Su Yan knew too little about this shadow creature. Now, he could use this opportunity to study this shadow creature. After all, the shadow creatures he killed before were too weak and had no research value. However, this one was clearly much stronger. Only such a guy had value and significance in studying it. At this moment, Su Yan's sword turned, and the Eye of Truth activated, locking on to the shadow creature. The shadow creature seemed to sense it and began to roar restlessly. Then, its severed arm suddenly fluctuated like a wave of light, and in the end, the arm actually grew out. It seemed like it had an immortal body. However, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. Severed arm growing back? Hee, unfortunately, there's absolutely no such thing as an immortal body in this world. So what if your severed arm grows back? You're still going to die today. Su Yan ignored it and slashed at the shadow creature with his sword again. The violent power flickered like a storm. The crimson sword light slashed down, and the shadow creature almost collapsed. In the end, Su Yan swung his sword once more. At the same time, he activated his demonic dragon wings. Now, even the terrifying shadow creature had nowhere to run. Even if it wanted to use its previous distortion skill, it could no longer do so. Through the previous attack, Su Yan had discovered the flaw of the shadow creature's body distortion skill. He could indeed directly change his body structure to deal with a sudden crisis. However, this kind of distortion didn't reach the point of changing at will. As long as Su Yan was fast enough, it was absolutely impossible for the shadow creature to dodge. Of course, nothing was absolute. If this shadow creature was a little stronger, Su Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was a pity that its strength hadn't reached that level yet. If it could really achieve that, the role of the hunter and the prey would have to change. Moreover, this shadow creature had a huge weakness, and that was, although it could be reborn, it had a huge weakness. But it wasn't without a price. Every time its strength was reborn, its strength would weaken a little. From the beginning of the battle with Su Yan until now, it had been reborn at least 7 times. By then, its strength was no match for Su Yan at all. Su Yan could easily crush it. Such an existence naturally couldn't be Su Yan's opponent. Finally, Su Yan slashed out with his sword again. At this time, This shadow creature finally couldn't resist and was directly destroyed by Su Yan's powerful and terrifying strength. This time, it didn't have time to merge into a new body, and Su Yan directly caught it in his hand. It's a life form like this. How strange. Su Yan's divine thoughts swept through this shadow creature. After being directly pinched, this shadow creature turned into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which was full of dense shadow energy. This life form was like a sponge. When this sponge absorbed enough water, it began to expand. Now, it was directly pinched flat by Su Yan and then shrunk. Su Yan directly sealed this shadow creature into the scarlet sword case because he felt that there would be a new relationship between him and this shadow creature. Chapter 755. Female Literature. Su Yan and Rosen were both triumphantly advancing on their respective paths. This place was indeed the dark abyss. When they first entered, although it was dark, at least they could see some light. But now, they couldn't even see the slightest bit of light. That's right, this place was completely dark. Such a world made people feel fear in their hearts. At this time, all the terrain had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be walking on the same horizon. Step by step, they moved forward to find their way forward. At this time, Su Yan couldn't see any light even if he activated his true sight. At this time, the two of them stopped here at the same time. Because at this time, a large tomb appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. It was a large tomb. The words inscribed on the tombstone shocked Su Yan and Rosen. Su Yan saw through his true sight, Tomb of Taxing Sword Su Yan. And Rosen saw through his demon god armament, Tomb of Limitless Demon Sect Rosen. They actually saw their own tomb here. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they didn't have the slightest doubt. They were very sure that this was their own anger. It was said that this place was very strange, but they didn't expect it to be strange to this extent. Does it mean that moving forward means death? Su Yan looked at this large tomb. It was impossible to say that he was very calm at this time. No matter who it was, the first reaction to such a situation would be shock. Why would such a thing appear in this place? If this tomb had existed for a long time, did it mean that his death was already destined? However, after a short moment, Su Yan had already thrown away these thoughts, and the fear in his heart had all been thrown away. This was the advantage of discovering his true self, and that was fearlessness. The thoughts in his heart would be thrown away in an instant. Without fear, he could move forward better. If one had fear in their hearts and found it difficult to move forward, then it was very likely that they would die on the way forward. This was what Su Yan got from knowing his true self. If this is fate, then what's the harm in dying here? He smiled freely and walked forward. The tombstone of the great necropolis suddenly opened. It was clearly a door, but it looked like a face that was staring directly at Su Yan. Su Yan no longer cared about these thoughts because he knew that they were all meaningless. He walked straight ahead. Then, his whole body became full of energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the great tomb. On the other side, it was the same for that person. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Su Yan had found himself, which was why he was able to walk without fear. On the other hand, Rosen was different. He was unscrupulous and didn't put anything in his eyes. Without any misgivings, he could do whatever he wanted. As time passed and he gained a deeper understanding of the demon god armament, he became more and more confident in himself. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't put anything in his eyes. At this moment, he was doing what he was doing because of this. At this moment, he directly walked forward. After he passed by, the gigantic tombstone directly shattered. "You want to bury me? Then you'll be destroyed first." He arrogantly walked past, and everything was directly shattered by his power. The two of them entered the great tomb at almost the same time. However, they didn't notice that after they entered the great tomb, a faint green smoke appeared. The green smoke followed closely behind them as they entered the cave. As the green smoke floated in, the great tomb became even more eerie. Then, everything started to change. The great tomb seemed to have disappeared from this world. In reality, if one looked closely, they would find that it didn't disappear. Instead, there was a strange spatial ripple. In other words, This place had directly sunk and seemed to have fallen into a chaotic space. Outside the dark abyss, the double-winged celestial tiger's eyes stared straight at this place. At this moment, he became even more uneasy. Because at this moment, he suddenly found that the connection between him and Su Yan had faded. It was as if Su Yan's existence had been directly erased. Of course, he was sure that Su Yan wasn't dead. It's actually spatial turbulence? Su Yan said in surprise. It was actually spatial turbulence that existed here. This was something he never expected. However, now that he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. Firstly, this world was a very unique one. There was nothing strange about the existence of spatial turbulence. Secondly, this place had always been very dangerous. According to the records, almost no one who entered this place could leave unscathed. It could be assumed that these people were lost in the turbulent flow of space, which was why they were like this. Spatial turbulence was actually an even larger and more complicated maze, and it was extremely terrifying. If one didn't have spatial ability, almost everyone would die here. And if one wanted to control spatial ability, they had to be in the Emperor realm. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Su Yan was one of them. His one sword to settle the universe was the most superficial spatial force. Although this kind of spatial force couldn't be considered special, it was enough to give Su Yan a little more confidence here. Su Yan directly established a spatial coordinate in this place. This coordinate could allow him to sense something, and it could almost prevent him from getting lost in this place. While they were talking, Su Yan had already disappeared. That was because he was directly swallowed by the space. He walked forward in the long spatial corridor, but he didn't know where he would go. This feeling was very strange and strange. It was as if he was swimming in the sea at this time, but it wasn't. There were no waves here. Although the small whirlpool in the space existed, it was indeed extremely dangerous. If one approached it rashly, it could even directly cut one's body in half. Facing such a situation, even Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly. The bright light almost blinded Su Yan's eyes. This was such a terrifying power that Su Yan couldn't open his eyes. But at this time, he also realized that he seemed to have arrived at his destination. The moment the blue light dissipated, his hair suddenly stood on end, and then a sense of danger directly appeared in his body. Not good. He immediately realized that there was an attack coming at this time. At this time, he felt a chill all over his body. This feeling was extremely bad, but of course, it was very similar to what he felt. Because not long ago, he felt such a change. That was the attack of a shadow creature. There was no sound of the air being torn apart, and there were no signs. It directly launched an attack. Only a shadow creature could do this. Previously, Su Yan thought that the appearance of a shadow creature couldn't be a coincidence, and there shouldn't be only one shadow creature here. However, after he killed the shadow creature that was equivalent to a dragon realm level 8, no other shadow creatures appeared, which made him suspicious. But now, everything seemed to have a good explanation. Because he was only at the periphery, he didn't go deep into this place. Only when he went deep into this place could he discover the real shadow creature. Speaking of which, Su Yan was lucky. If he hadn't captured that powerful shadow creature and studied it, perhaps he wouldn't have been so sensitive to this kind of attack. When this powerful attack came, even if he could discover it, he might not be able to dodge it in time. But now, since he was prepared, he could easily dodge it. The moment the shadow's attack was about to land on his head, he suddenly exploded. Crimson red light filled his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a small moving volcano. The rolling power directly rushed down. In the end, such a powerful and terrifying power exploded, and the shadow was directly torn apart and disappeared. Shadow creatures seemed to be different from the ones outside. The shadow creature outside was in the form of a human, but this shadow creature was in the form of a beast. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. He realized that there were many auras around him, and they were all shadow creatures. It seems that I've entered the home of the shadow creatures. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people entered this place, but almost none of them survived. Normally, Even if a venerable one was caught off guard and was directly besieged, one would die right away. At that moment, Su Yan's dragon scales appeared all over his body. His dragon scale armor had an extremely powerful defense. This kind of defense wasn't only able to withstand attacks, but it also had a strong defense against fire and other unnatural forces. It could even defend against shadow attacks. The current dragon scale armor's power was indeed limited. Compared to Rosen's demon god armament, it was indeed much weaker. However, Su Yan firmly believed that as his realm and strength increased, the power of the dragon scale armor would increase again. One day, not to mention other things, the power of the dragon scale armor and the demon god armament would not be impossible. It was even possible that the dragon scale armor could become his own armament and eventually surpass the demon god armament. At that moment, facing the endless shadow creatures, Su Yan's body immediately burst out with lightning arcs, and powerful energy was directly released from his body. Chapter 756. Female Literature, Rumble of Thunder. It was at this moment that the raging power of thunder burst out. Countless thunderbolts weaved into an extremely terrifying electric net, shrouding everything within. The power that was close to doomsday severed everything in this world. Countless terrifying forces that were drawn into the shadows were torn apart. In terms of yin and yang, the power of the shadow creatures was the power of yin. Although they were powerful and dangerous, they also had their nemesis, which was the power of yang. Whether it was the power of flames or the power of thunder, as long as they were powerful enough, they could easily destroy them. When countless thunderbolts swept across, the shadow creatures were immediately cleared out. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then he continued to move forward without hesitation. At this point, the dark path seemed to be no longer as dark as before. The little bit of light also shone brightly at this moment. Su Yan's thunderbolts didn't stop, just like how Rosen started. However, this kind of advancement finally came to a stop because at this time, Su Yan encountered a person. The reason why Su Yan used this word to describe him was because he was very sure that this person wasn't a shadow creature. He had the aura of a human. How could there be a human in such a place? You shouldn't have barged into this place. Before Su Yan could speak, the person's voice sounded. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's just leave it at that. Su Yan's reply was also very calm. Su Yan, don't you see the words there? You will die if you barge into this place. The person suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Yan finally saw his face clearly. If one only looked at the left side of this person's face, this person was an extraordinarily handsome man. But if one looked at the other side of this person's face, they would be shocked to discover that this person's face was extremely terrifying. This was because the other side of this person's face was only left with a gap. This gap looked like a very disgusting worm that was constantly crawling around. Such a terrifying and disgusting scene was really rare. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to bear seeing such a scene. However, Su Yan had long passed the stage. He just looked at the person in front of him. The last 4 words of this guy kept echoing in this space, "You will die, you will die." Originally, it was just a simple sentence, but at this time, Su Yan found that under the influence of these 4 words, his body seemed to have become heavy. At this point, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Curse. He had heard that a very long time ago, a powerful heavenly sovereign had safely left this place, but in the end he still died. At that time he didn't know why, but now he immediately understood. Back then he definitely wasn't poisoned. Instead, he was cursed. That terrifying curse was simply too terrifying. These 4 words gradually condensed into a pattern that Su Yan could not understand. Then this pattern directly attached to Su Yan's body, like a poisonous snake that wanted to directly enter Su Yan's body. Even his dragon scale armor was unable to block the power of this rune. It seemed that this curse power could penetrate everything. These 4 words finally directly invaded Su Yan's soul, and then began to attack him tightly. At this time, Su Yan discovered that this strange sword power could actually attack his soul and body at the same time. In this world, there were indeed many very strange things. However, The thing in front of him was still beyond the scope of ordinary cognition. If it was a poison, then it was obviously a curse. However, if it was a curse, then it was not completely so. Su Yan could only be sure of one thing, and that was that the existence of this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. If he could not directly remove this curse at this time, then he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. What made Su Yan feel fortunate was that the person standing in front of him did not directly attack him at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be in even more trouble at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly overflowed with light. That was the golden holy light. The sudden appearance of this light was something that even Su Yan himself did not react to. The moment this golden light appeared, the terrifying light of the curse actually stopped just like that, and could not invade at all. At this time, this light flowed gently and finally turned into the shape of a long sword. That was the Godslayer's sword. The appearance of the Godslayer's sword directly caused the strange power to begin to dissipate. At this time, Su Yan gently exhaled. This was because he was very clear that if it were not for the sudden appearance of the Godslayer sword, he would definitely not be able to resist such power. Now, to a certain extent, he was the Godslayer sword's scabbard, and he was using his own body to nourish the Godslayer sword. However, now it seemed that this was also a good thing. At least because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, his life was saved. In fact, speaking of which, this was not the first time the Godslayer sword saved his life. Many times, he had almost died directly, and it was always the Godslayer sword that saved him. It was like this when he faced the evil sword Cold Jade, and it was also the same when he faced the evil eye tyrant in the sea. The Godslayer sword was found in the sword well by Suya, and then Su Yan took it and sealed it in the red sword case. At this time, he suddenly thought of a sentence in his original world. In this world, everything was related to cause and effect. Was it the same between him and the Godslayer sword? Su Yan was not sure if there was really such a connection between the two, but now he was more and more convinced of it. At this time, Su Yan was like a traveler, and he was exploring everything step by step. However, Su Yan also knew that the most important thing now was to deal with this mysterious half-faced man in front of him. Because these 4 words were released from his voice. This man must be a very powerful person, at least in front of him. After a while, the 4 strange curse words disappeared, and the Godslayer's sword also disappeared. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a determined light. The Raging Flame sword appeared. The Raging Flame sword chi was unstoppable. Although it could not be compared with the Godslayer sword, the powerful sword chi that erupted when Su Yan activated it was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this time, Su Yan directly turned into a whirlwind, and then slashed at the half-faced man. Su Yan had focused all of his power on this one point. Not to mention, the power of the Scorching Sun sword was incomparably fierce. In order to better deal with this guy, Su Yan had even urged the power of thunder. Su Yan firmly believed that even if this sword could not kill this man, it could at least make him suffer a little. He wanted to see what ability this man had to escape from his pursuit under the impact of such a powerful attack. But at this time, something mysterious and strange happened. Su Yan's sword directly penetrated the man, and the powerful sword chi directly swept out, but the man still stood there quietly, as if all this had no effect on him at all. This is a real illusion. At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. One had to know that although the shadow creatures he killed before were all illusory existences, Su Yan's power could still hurt them. At that time, although they were shadows, they still had real attributes and were related to this world. As long as they were related to this world, they would be directly killed. But the figure in front of him, all his strength could not cause any harm to him. This kind of power could be called terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could not forget the extremely terrifying eyes of this person. He put so much effort into this attack, but in the eyes of this person, it was like a child playing. Su Yan, remember that this is the place of your death. I will wait for you at the end of the darkness. After the man finished speaking, his whole figure suddenly turned back. His pitch-black cloak was constantly moving about. Then his figure completely disappeared. Su Yan stood in place, The aura of the scorching sun sword was still activated. At this time, his aura had gradually calmed down, but at this time, Su Yan's heart was absolutely not calm. The guy in front of him was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him was enough to make Su Yan feel incomparable fear. Among the many enemies he had encountered, this guy was definitely one of the most terrifying. Su Yan simply could not describe the feeling he had when he felt his gaze. The only thought in his mind was that it was terrifying. This guy, where did he come from? Also, did he say that he would wait for me at the end of the darkness? He knows my name. These questions suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. Whether it was the tombstone from before or his shout now, it showed that the other party knew his name, but this was clearly the first time he had set foot here. Precognitive ability? Was there really such a thing as precognitive ability in this world? Even if Su Yan had already taken a step on the path of finding his true self, at this time, his heart still could not help but waver. This kind of power was really hard for him to imagine. In the great tomb, a blood-red light directly appeared. That blood-red light seemed to be a curtain that directly extended into the distance. Chapter 757. Female Literature. Perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Feng Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Feng Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Feng Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Feng Yueshan. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Feng Yueshan. That light must have felt Feng Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Feng Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Feng Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha! He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Feng Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Feng Yueshan. Damn it! Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Feng Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Feng Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Fang Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way! However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body, and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Fang Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Fang Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan, you can't escape. I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Fang Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Fang Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Fang Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Fang Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Fang Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Fang Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. In just a short 15 minutes, Fang Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Fang Yueshan's. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death, Fang Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Fang Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Fang Yueshan and directly find the thing left behind by Fang Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Fang Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited, and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui. Chapter 758. Female Literature. Fang Yueshan finally arrived at a place under the guidance of Bai Guang. It was a small tower. There was a ray of light shining above the tower. He was brought to the front of the tower just like that. Am I finally here? Fang Yueshan had a complicated expression on his face. As a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he naturally knew some things. How could he not know about the inheritance of the Dark Abyss? However, his ancestor had left behind a message that if possible, he should never go near the Dark Abyss. Fang Wuhui was indeed a powerful venerable sovereign. He was a powerful figure who stood at the peak of the Jiuzhou continent. However, he was definitely not a hero to the Fang family. Only the members of the Fang clan knew about this matter. Therefore, for so many years, the people of the Fang family had always been very ordinary. There were even a few generations where the people of the Fang family were just ordinary people without any cultivation. Fang Yueshan was very smart. His talent was also very strong. That was why he was able to cultivate to this realm. However, even so, after reaching this realm, his cultivation could no longer advance. It was as if there was a barrier that blocked his cultivation and did not allow him to advance at all. It was like a curse. When Fang Yueshan was young, he naturally wanted to enter the Dark Abyss. He needed to know what Fang Wuhui had left behind. Back then, for this moment of his heart, his father directly paid the price with his life. From then on, he knew that the thing that Fang Wuhui had left behind was very unknown. It was not something that people of his level could come into contact with. However, after so many years, he still returned to this place. Fate was so mysterious. It was as if everything was predestined. Gradually, as he looked at the tower, his eyes began to blur. The depths of his eyes began to emit a different kind of light. It seemed to be the light of extreme worship. At this time, he gradually walked forward. Fang Yueshan seemed to be unable to control himself at all. The mysterious force was calling him forward. In a trance, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was not tall, but there was an extremely dignified aura emanating from his body. This aura was so grand that Fang Yueshan was filled with awe. Although Fang Yueshan's consciousness was gradually fading, he clearly knew that this was the most powerful ancestor of the Fang family in all these years, Fang Wuhui. When he was young, Fang Yueshan worshipped his ancestors like a madman. At that time, he even thought of a way to join the Limitless Demon sect because of this worship. If it wasn't for his father's death that changed his mentality and made him choose to muddle along and wait for death, he definitely wouldn't be so unknown right now. However, back then, his father had died because of his ancestor. Back then, he had sworn that for his father's sake, he would absolutely not set foot in this place. But in the end, he still came. He had betrayed his father. His consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he was becoming more and more powerful, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good thing. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This pain was so terrible that it actually broke his trance. At this moment, his consciousness was so clear. The sudden pain made Fang Yueshan sweat profusely. He immediately guessed the reason. After all, he was also a member of the Limitless Demon sect. Rosen, what a good Rosen. He actually planted a corpse-eating bug in my body. Ha, this damned guy. The intense pain made Fang Yueshan unable to speak completely. However, at that moment, he started to laugh. He didn't go crazy because this sudden pain was exactly what he needed. Rosen, but now, I should thank you. If it wasn't for your corpse-eating bug, I'm afraid that I would have stepped into this tower unknowingly. Like this, I would have become food for my ancestor. That's good, that's good. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that his strength had become even stronger. It seemed that in the next moment he would directly break through the limit of the dragon realm and directly become a venerable one. Of course, he understood that the reason why he had such strength was not because of how amazing he was. All of this was a gift from his ancestor. It was all because of his ancestor. However, this was definitely not a good thing. This was because he had seen this scene before. His father had walked into this tower in his place. At that time, his father's cultivation hadn't even reached Fang Yuan's level. But after he stepped into this tower, he actually directly became a venerable one. Then, his father was directly eaten. As the saying goes, fatten up before killing. Fang Wuhui summoned his descendant and made him stronger. In the end, he directly swallowed his descendant. Fang Wuhui wanted to be resurrected. This was the method that his ancestor, Fang Wuhui, had set up. Therefore, to the Fang family, this was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a curse. Back then, he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Father, am I going to follow in your footsteps again? This damned curse, this damned curse. His heart was filled with misery. At this time, he suddenly paused. That's right, it's his aura. With the influx of power, his strength directly increased. His divine thoughts also became extremely terrifying. At this time, he was no longer the weak Fang Yueshan of the past. Now, he had become a venerable one. Moreover, due to the infusion of Fang Wuhui's power, he was also a very powerful venerable one. His divine thoughts became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a person's aura. It was not Rosen, but Su Yan. He suddenly remembered a sentence, as long as Su doesn't die, he'll definitely protect you. Back then, Fang Yueshan actually didn't take this sentence to heart. This was because he understood that the most unreliable thing in this world was a promise. But now, Su Yan had actually appeared here. At this time, he would rather believe that Su Yan had come to fulfill his promise. He's here, he's really here. Good, good, no matter what, he's my last hope. Huff, huff. Fortunately, Rosen and his corpse-eating insects woke me up. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly channeled his power. The corpse-eating insects were indeed very terrifying, but one should not forget that Fang Yueshan had now become a venerable one. The power of a venerable one was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary dragon could imagine. Although the corpse-eating insects had entered his body, it was not impossible for Fang Yueshan, who had become a venerable one. As long as he channeled his power, he could directly refine the corpse-eating insects, but he needed some time. He did not move forward, but sat down cross-legged. Fang Yueshan's expression was solemn. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on his body. This white light finally formed an illusory figure. If one looked carefully, one would find that this illusory figure was so similar to him. That was his divine thought clone. After becoming a venerable one, he had the ability to do so. Of course, this would consume a lot of his divine thought. Ordinary venerable ones would not do such a thing. However, he had no scruples at the moment, or rather, he had to do so. Under such circumstances, if there was one person who could save him, it would be Su Yan. Fang Yueshan decided to bet his life on Su Yan. However, this world was too big and too dangerous. Without guidance, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to come here. No, in other words, there was a high chance that he would die here. This was because through the power passed down by his ancestors and the records in his family, this place was connected to the mysterious shadow world. Back then, the powerful Netherworld clan disappeared overnight, which was also related to shadow creatures. This dark abyss was a place where space was chaotic. If Su Yan directly entered the shadow world, he was very likely to not be able to return. He knew that Su Yan was very strong and was stronger than most of the geniuses he had seen. Even Rosen might not be as strong as Su Yan. Since Su Yan had entered this place today, he had hope. Taking a step back, even if Su Yan came for the treasure, compared to Rosen, he hoped that Su Yan would succeed. At this moment, his divine thought clone immediately went to find Su Yan. He wanted to guide Su Yan here. Now, with the help of the pain caused by the corpse-eating insects, he could stay awake and stand at the entrance of this cave. However, as time passed, the corpse-eating insects would definitely be refined by the Venerable One's enormous power. At that time, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself. Fang Yueshan's worry was not wrong because Su Yan was indeed moving in the direction of the shadow world at this time. The half-faced man's words kept calling out to him. For some reason, although he knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, he had a strong obsession to go forward at this time. At this moment, with every step he took, the ground under his feet changed directly. Space crisscrossed. This was the space promenade. In such a place, no matter who it was, they would lose themselves. Fortunately, Su Yan had a preliminary grasp of the power of space and established a coordinate for himself at the beginning. Even now, he could still sense the existence of this coordinate. As long as he could sense this coordinate, he would not let himself be completely lost. After the half-faced man in black left, it was very quiet along the way. Not a single shadow creature appeared. Who is this black-clothed man? Why did I feel a power calling out to me after he left? Chapter 759. Female Literature. It was a very strange feeling. He knew that there was endless danger ahead, and it might even lead to death. However, he was so determined to go forward. Su Yan walked all the way, and even he did not know how far he had walked. Finally, Su Yan's footsteps finally stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a broken door. It was a huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. The structure of the door was actually very simple, which was that it was piled up by 3 huge stone pillars. There were many mysterious carvings on the stone pillars. When Su Yan's gaze fell on the carvings, he found that they were actually very attractive. It seemed that the carvings recorded something extremely mysterious. After seeing this, Su Yan's mind unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness swayed gently. At this moment, he woke up. How terrifying! He was truly shaken at this point. The mysterious attraction from before was so terrifying that he did not even have the strength to waver. If it was not for the movement of the green lotus that woke him up in time, he did not know if his soul would have been attracted. However, at this moment, he was also very clear that this door was so extraordinary. Then, there must be something extremely extraordinary hidden behind this door. Moreover, there was something hidden within that made him extremely fearful. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. At this moment, there was a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the door after he stepped through it. Why was his desire so intense? Perhaps it was not just that. He felt that the blood in his body was also boiling. It was the will of the blood itself. At this moment, Su Yan was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to do. What was more frightening was that his body had already reacted at this moment. At this moment, an extremely terrifying head suddenly appeared in the door. The door that was hundreds of meters tall could only accommodate a head underground. How huge was its real body? The skin of the head was drier than the bark of an ancient tree. Su Yan couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. At this moment, the huge head was trying its best to break free from the door. But the door suddenly released a purple light. The purple light was like countless chains that locked him in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the head opened its terrifying mouth, and an aura surged out. The rolling aura directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his left hand. The finger bones of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then a powerful force directly shot out. It was the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone. Compared to the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone was much quieter. Most of the time, he did not move at all. But at this time, he actually began to release his own power. The great heavenly demon master was also an extremely terrifying and powerful existence from ancient times. He, who should have been alive, should have been the most powerful Saint Venerate in this world. He might have even surpassed this limit. At this moment, even if it was only a finger bone, it would probably have extremely powerful power. At this moment, a black light appeared and directly pierced through everything. The terrifying gale stopped in an instant. At this moment, the power released by the great heavenly devil lord had yet to disappear. Su Yan slowly raised his left hand, and the terrifying destructive light slowly moved with his left hand. In the end, the terrifying head was actually directly cut off by the black light. Finally, the black light flew out of the head, and the terrifying head directly turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Finally, a few words came out of his mouth. Shadow creature, this is actually a shadow creature. Such a terrifying creature was actually a shadow creature. Then, would the shadow world be behind this door? But what was hidden at the end of this world? Why did he desire it so much? Su Yan clearly sensed that whether it was the Buddha's heart or the great demonic dragon's heart, they both desired to go forward. At this moment he was very hesitant to enter. In fact, Su Yan's heart was filled with an incomparable desire. It was as if everything was urging him, but he knew very well that his power was still too weak in the end. Although he seemed to be all-powerful among the younger generation, it did not matter. However, this didn't matter at all. In a real battle, whether one belonged to the younger generation couldn't determine anything at all. If one was not powerful enough, only death would await one. It was at this moment that his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that behind him, something was rapidly flying towards him. He immediately spread out his divine telekinesis. Su Yan's divine telekinesis power was constantly increasing. As he broke through to the six dragons boundary, his divine telekinesis became even more massive, and it was even comparable to that of a venerable one. When he circulated his divine telekinesis power, he immediately realized that the thing that was rapidly approaching him was actually a divine telekinesis. It was the divine telekinesis of a venerable one. More importantly, he felt a sense of déjà vu toward this divine telekinesis. If it was not for this feeling, he would have already attacked. After all, no matter what, it was very dangerous for an unfamiliar venerable one to suddenly approach. As the distance closed, he finally recognized it clearly. Fang Yueshan. This was actually Fang Yueshan's divine telekinesis. Su Yan would not have sensed wrongly. This powerful venerable one's divine telekinesis was emitting Fang Yueshan's aura. How is this possible? How can he release such a powerful divine telekinesis? Su Yan could not believe it no matter what. He knew Fang Yueshan very well. To him, Yangming's cultivation was not strong. In fact, he was weak. However, at this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis was transmitted to him. Save me! The content transmitted by Yangming's divine telekinesis was very simple. There were only these two words. Su Yan's eyes immediately shone. This was Fang Yueshan's call for help. At this moment, he directly dispelled the thought of stepping through the door in his heart. That thought was too terrifying. He originally came to save Fang Yueshan, but at this moment he actually forgot about this matter. This was not because he was irresponsible, but because the temptation of that thought was too strong. For the current Su Yan, he had to stay away from this door. He had to stay away from this place even though he had countless questions in his heart. Let's go. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis turned back, and Su Yan immediately followed closely behind. That divine telekinesis could only transmit a simple thought and lead the way because Fang Yueshan was currently enduring great pain. He had slowly refined the carnivorous insects, so the pain from his body had slowly decreased. However, the source of this pain was definitely not just that. More importantly, it was the pain from the high tower. He was resisting his ancestor. However, his ancestor's power was so strong that no matter how strong his willpower was, he could not stop himself from moving forward. His soul began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was countless times more intense than what he had imagined. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. He always felt that Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he was willing to continue enduring this pain and wait. He was really in so much pain that the connection between him and his divine telekinesis became vague. At this moment, he felt that someone was approaching. Is he here? At this moment, Fang Yueshan opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yan was already in front of him. However, he was disappointed because the person who appeared in front of him was not Su Yan at all. It was the person he did not want to see the most at this moment, Rosen. Rosen looked at Fang Yueshan and said, Fang Yueshan, I said before that you can't escape from my grasp. Now I'm here. There was an incomparable smugness hidden in these words. Yes, now he was here. Since he's already here, you, Fang Yueshan, have nowhere else to go. That's amazing. You've actually become a venerable master at this time. Rosen was immediately shocked when he saw that Fang Yueshan had actually become a venerable master. This was because this was not a change that he could imagine. He had never seen a person who could achieve such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Countless people would never be able to reach this realm in their lifetime, but he had actually completed such an improvement in a day. He had directly jumped from the early stage of the dragon realm to the venerable master, an entire realm. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. This was the power that Fang Wuhui had left behind. If not, how could he have done this? Fang Yueshan was just a piece of trash in his eyes, but now, this piece of trash could achieve such a huge improvement. Although you've become a venerable master, I can see that you're just flashy. However, this is good too. You don't deserve to have this power. Just give it to me. Rosen was extremely decisive. At this moment, he directly reached out to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Can't wait for Su Yan to arrive? Then even if I die, I won't let Rosen succeed. At this moment, he stood up and stopped resisting that strand of will. He flew directly towards the tower. Right at this moment, a strand of sword energy whistled over. Luosin, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 760. Female Literature. Rosen, get out of my way. The sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's eyes surged with an extremely strong murderous intent. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. This guy actually appeared here. This damn guy, he was born to go against him. At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. Su Yan, you damn thing, how dare you appear here? Rosen directly blasted out a punch. This powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. Immediately, a boundless commotion erupted between the two. A terrifying power surged. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, and he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that Su Yan was still a step too late. At this moment, he had no choice but to be attracted by the power from the tower. Fang Yueshan, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Su Yan noticed Fang Yueshan's abnormal state. He did not dare to delay and directly threw out a power, and then suddenly entangled him. At this moment, his spiritual power actually turned into silk threads. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan's control of spiritual power had improved to an extremely high level. However, at this moment, a power directly fell from the tower. This power turned into a crescent, and without any explanation, it was extremely overbearing and directly cut off Su Yan's spiritual power. After Su Yan's fierce power was cut off, he felt as if he was caught off guard. This power was too strong, and he could not compete with it at all. No, not to mention compete, he could not even stand on the edge of it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, "Su Yan, I still have to thank you." At this moment, Fang Yueshan's mood was actually calmer. After all, Fang Yueshan had one more friend who was willing to take risks for him. Fang Yueshan. Su Yan cried out in alarm. Judging from Fang Yueshan's last words, this was clearly a dangerous place. Since he had entered this place, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. In the end, he was unable to save Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly fell on Rosen, and it just so happened that Rosen's eyes were filled with anger also looking at Su Yan. "It's all your fault." These words came out of their mouths almost at the same time. If it was not for Rosen, then Su Yan might have been able to save him in time, and Fang Yueshan would not have to enter this place. In Rosen's view, if it was not for Su Yan's last sword chi, he could have directly captured Fang Yueshan and made him his own. Now, Fang Yueshan had already entered this tower, so for the two of them, everything was too late. Because whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they were actually unable to enter this tower. "Su Yan, you really are a meddlesome guy. You repeatedly came to ruin my plans. Last time, I was not lucky enough to spare your life on the ship. Today, I will directly kill you. I want to see if you still have the ability to interfere in my business." Su Yan's eyes were also filled with anger. He had promised Fang Yueshan that he would protect his life, but in the end, he was unable to do so. This was all because of Rosen. This guy who came from the Limitless Demon Sect's ghost-killing hall was truly unforgivable. "Rosen, people like you should not live in this world. As long as you live, more people will die because of you." At this moment, Su Yan was truly furious. If it was not for Rosen, then Fang Yueshan might not have met with such a mishap. This Rosen had his own ambitions. If he continued to act recklessly, then there would definitely be a flaw in everything. Last time, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were harassed by a perverted dwarf, and the perverted dwarf was under Rosen's command. No matter which world it was, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. In order to prevent future troubles, the only way was to kill the source directly. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them had the intention to kill the other party. "Su Yan, you and I have fought a few times, and you have always won. I admit this. I, Rosen, am not someone who can't afford to lose. However, you have to know that there is no one in this world who can win forever. From today onwards, you will definitely be the loser." His gaze was burning as he stared straight at Su Yan. In fact, there was nothing much to say. The two of them were mortal enemies, and at this moment, there was a new reason to fight. The battle was a matter of course. At this moment, there was no need for the two of them to test each other's strength. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them used their full strength. Su Yan's sword light directly rushed out. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging all over. Previously, Su Yan had suffered a strong impact from the door that seemed to penetrate the world. That terrifying aura had forced Su Yan to almost lose control of himself. At this moment, he had a strong desire. At this time, all of this directly turned into a desire to kill. His killing intent was soaring. At this time, Rosen's demon god armament had evolved again. His power was already very strong, and after the evolution, the power he could exert was even more terrifying. The first collision between the two of them directly ignited an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Such a powerful force directly spread out in this world. This obscure and dark world was surging with extremely terrifying energy ripples at this moment. The powerful force continued to push forward, as if it was going to destroy everything. However, this tower was, after all, a very terrifying existence. Needless to say, the power of the two of them was very strong. However, such violent energy was unable to penetrate the energy defense of this tower. Rosen knew that the key to Fang Wuhui's inheritance lay in this tower, but he could not enter it now. Of course, he had his own unique skill to forcibly break through the defense of this tower, but now there was a person who was blocking him, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan's existence made him unable to break through with peace of mind. Therefore, this matter ultimately came back to the original point, which was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, his eyes flickered. As his eyes flickered, the devil god armament actually glowed with a brilliant radiance. This was a new change in the demon god armament. Before this, the demon god armament was already very powerful, but it had not produced such a change. However, at this time, such a change appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt a wave of pressure. Humph, Su Yan, compared to before, I have become much stronger. This time, I will definitely kill you here. His voice was so cold, and his aura was so strong that it was terrifying. However, at this time, the sword light in Su Yan's hand changed, and a powerful sword skill burst out again. This time, he used the deity vanquishing sword. This terrifying sword possessed the most terrifying destructive power. If Su Yan's realm was high enough and his power was strong enough, he could destroy anything. Back when the great heavenly demon lord was still alive, his deity vanquishing sword was so terrifying that it was almost unstoppable. In this world, no one could block its edge. Su Yan naturally could not use the deity vanquishing sword to such an extent now, but his power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Kai's strength was reversed, and the dense sword Qi directly suppressed Luo Sen's demon god armament, directly blocking the attack from Luo Sen's demon god armament. There was a tie. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Su Yan was still fine, but at this time, Rosen's expression changed. In fact, Luo Sen had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the battle between the two of them. This was because in the previous exchanges, Su Yan had always had the upper hand. No, it should be said that Su Yan had always won every battle. As for Luo Sen's previous failure, it would become a shadow that would follow him in his heart. Rosen was able to cultivate to such a level, so naturally he was a determined person. However, being determined in his heart did not mean that he could abandon everything. In this world, who could really abandon everything in the past? Perhaps even a saint could not. However, a saint's realm was very strong, and their thoughts were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen was not a saint, so he naturally could not do it. Therefore, the pressure in his heart would accumulate in his heart every time. He was still brave and fearless, but as long as this thought existed, it would be his disadvantage. Just like now, this disadvantage was directly displayed. If he had gained the upper hand in the first exchange, it would have been fine. However, the result of this exchange was a tie. After the previous failure, in order to obtain greater strength, he had put in a lot of effort to improve himself. He endured the excruciating pain so that his body could better adapt to the devil god armament. He had put himself in countless dangerous situations so that he could achieve a breakthrough between life and death. However, the result of this battle was a tie. This was something that he could not accept. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was a powerful warrior and deeply understood that if he had any distracting thoughts during a battle, he would have already lost half the battle. He roared angrily, and then his strength began to surge crazily. Although the previous battle was not a test, it was only the beginning. Next, it was time to force out his own potential. Putting aside the grudges between the two of them, such an intense battle would allow the two of them to walk down the path of becoming a powerhouse even more smoothly. Mad God's heart, endless burning. At this moment, Rosen roared angrily. He roared angrily because he wanted to use this anger to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the demon god armament on his body suddenly began to shine. It was an extremely intense flame. It was different from the bright red of ordinary flames. This flame was actually golden.